Hey everybody, welcome to the Dungeons of Castle Blackmoor. This is episode 13. Not that that bodes ill at all for our esteemed player base, but welcome aboard. Hey everybody, welcome to the Dungeons of Castle Blackmoor. This is episode 13. Not that that bodes ill at all for our esteemed player base, but it is what it is. We'll get right into it here. I'm going to have the players introduce themselves, and then we'll go over some of my table rules. And we will start top of the column with the esteemed Jenna Bink.
Hi, I'm Jen, and I play Jenna Bink, who is our group's Artificer Gnome, along with her lovely cohort, Catapult. And I am looking forward to going back to the surface and seeing what new time dilation research I can do.
All right. Idris, why don't you talk about yourself?
I am the de facto leader of this team, even if the rest of the team will not recognize it or acknowledge it. It's a struggle, one that I must bear. But I'm getting used to it. It's great. My name is Philip Sema. I play Idris Regan. I have no social media presence, and today I'm pimping Wendy's coffee from 2 days ago for breakfast. Great drink. If you need to wake up, I recommend it highly. Also looking forward to time dilation, but backwards. Because Idris ain't getting any younger, and he could use some help.
Outstanding. Mr. Galen, what do you have to say for yourself?
Well, I'm playing Delbert Galen. Delbert is a Hythonian wizard of the Cabal. He's a little worried because we've been down here longer this time than we have any other time, and how much time has passed on the surface. I say any other time, last time, because there's only been one other time, but you get what I'm saying. I'm Forla Santo on Twitch, also known as Jimmy, and I'm looking forward to today.
Penny, why don't you talk a little bit about yourself?
It's Matt, and I play Penny, who is a Dokray Ranger who's involved in the dark underside of Blackmoor, and I am also the de facto leader of this group, more so than Idris, who doesn't do anything but tries to get us killed. And I'm looking forward to getting back in Blackmoor and actually having some real danger assault us, besides the dungeons, because the dungeons are easy. It's in the city of Blackmoor is where it's actually dangerous.
Cool. So a few things I want to throw on the table before we get going, folks, and I just want to get your feelings on stuff. I'm kind of interested in, and I think it's useful for sort of our audience to get a feeling for what you're working on personally for your character in terms of role-playing challenges and how you're trying to work on or evolve the relationships between each other. And, this is an out-of-character discussion, but if you want to talk about things a little bit in character, that's fine too. Anybody like to begin talking about that? Want to take a lead on the conversation?
Well, it's really hard to be the de facto leader of a motley group of miscreants like the one that I'm currently in charge of, but somebody has to bear the burden, and that burden falls to Delbert.
We're all leaders.
I don't know about leader, but Jenna Bink just wishes she had better assistants in the laboratory. That's all I'm saying.
Catapult just needs some thumbs, and you'd be set.
So, yeah. So I think what I do see is I see a very well-played role-playing tension over leadership and command. And Idris, of course, based on, how PJ's built him, is going to obviously think he is. But I think the rest of you have critiqued that capacity in very interesting ways, and it's been amusing for me. So, Matt, what have you really been focused on in terms of role-playing growth for Penny right now? You're muted.
Yep. Right now, for Penny, I think it's been trying to represent her distance from being able to build personal relationships with individuals and really trusting people. So building on that and getting close to a group of people as she has with these people, she still tries to keep that distance where you can't ever let anybody get too close and, see the real side of you, or because that's when people get close. It's when people get hurt and stuff,
I've seen Jenna Bink and Penny begin to get close to trust and have a thing happen that caused you guys to recoil from that sort of emotional commitment. And it's been very interesting role play. So I think that's, one of the things that you have done really well together. And you never bounce as far away as you were when you started, but that process of building trust is really interesting for you. And I think for Penny, it's because Penny is a survivor. And she's seen a lot of people she loved die. And for Jenna Bink, it's just that Jenna Bink, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, Jen, Jenna Bink has just been hurt so often emotionally by people she's tried to trust. So it's a different sort of damage, but it's holding you both back from that commitment.
Jenna Bink is very much of the opinion that people in general are a mystery, which they should not be, because she is so smart. Everything should be very transparent to her, and people are not. I will note that my research notes from last week do contain an episode with the chest and Penny and Jenna Bink not being happy with Penny.
So Idris, Delbert, anything you want to add before I dive back into Tad's table rules and notes?
If you do give Catapult opposable thumbs, then he'll be a Hemingway cat. Just saying.
Check out the big brain on Delbert.
I will never, ever admit that Delbert is smarter than me.
I mean, you don't have to admit it. We all know it's true.
Alrighty then. For those of you new to the stream, Tad has a couple table rules, nothing too profound. Tad thing number 1. Everything's in character unless it's obvious it's not. We're talking about mechanics. So if your characters begin a conversation in front of the Merchant Prince about how to hustle the Merchant Prince may be wise to your conversation and it'll affect his reactions. So when NPCs are present and you're interacting with NPCs, unless you specifically tell me you're saying something outside of the conversation to be about mechanics, I'm going to assume the conversation is in front of and with the NPC. That's first thing. Second thing, something we really like at the table and we've been doing is skill checks are always made in the tower, so those are blind rolls. So our players don't necessarily know what the outcome of that die roll is, and they respond to the feedback that I give them. Now, attack rolls are almost always public, saving throws are almost always public, but skill checks, things like investigation or perception or history checks or things like that, you respond to the information that the DM provides, not the information that you get from the die roll. And that protects us from mitigating. It helps people stay in character. In general, pretty much we're running straight 5e rules. I would say in terms of rule skill set, I'm about a 75%, 80% accuracy. But the other folks on the table have strengths that I don't in different areas. So we almost always come up with a good answer that's fair to everyone and move forward. And that's what it's about, having a good time and telling a story together. So, Jenna Bink, do you want to give a recap off your notes again?
Sure, I can do that. I can make the whole party hate me again. All right. Make sure I have the right one. All right. Dear research notes, we came upon an altar that Idris found golden vestments, a finger bone in a pewter case, and a potion of vitality, agates, and an abacus. Who uses an abacus? Anyway, the finger bone is a finger bone of St. Ambrose and can magnify rituals to Saclin. I'm sure that'll be of use to some Saclinese researcher up top. We attempted to rest for the evening, day, time period, but we were set upon by giant rats, including a were-rat named Inkadu, who had the symbol of Raylan on him. There were also rat men named Oku and Ishi. Inkadu attempted to steal our pass to get out of the dungeon, and Idris fell, but I was able to use my knowledge of human anatomy to at least stabilize his condition. Penny provided Idris with some good berries to further his recovery, and we were then finally able to get a good night's again based on the relative perception of time association to circadian rhythms, rest. After resting, Penny scouted ahead, and she encountered several spiders and an ettercap. And the ettercap had the symbol of Raylan, just like the were-rat Inkadu. We found a room with a green glowing rock and several large rats that had clearly been mutated by the rock. Delbert claimed that the green glowing rock had the symbol of Valenth in it, and Idris struck it with an eldritch blast, which was absorbed by the rock. I cast an acid splash on it with no effect. I found a rectory room that had several religious scrolls and books that could be salvaged, also for Saquon. Idris would probably want to sell them, but I will try to donate them for research purposes. We returned to the green glowing room, where Idris was trying to access a door near the green glowing crystal. Idris touched the crystal, which is just bad experimental practice, while trying to access the room. He almost got pulled into the crystal, but Catapult saved him. Unfortunately, Idris was somehow poisoned by the stones by some kind of magic effect. In the next room, we found a chest. Penny insisted upon mocking my abilities, so I tried my best to show her my competence. Sadly, the chest was trapped, and I found a needle with my hands. She had to unlock the chest, but after that, I kicked the thrice-damned chest open. Everything in the chest was good, but mundane in nature. Some various crossbow bolts and crossbow and satchels and stuff. Because of Idris's poisoning, we all agreed that we should ascend to the surface. End research notes.
So, folks, we are in the dungeons of Castle Blackmoor. My notes have you ascending the stairs to go to the main gate and to pass through the main gate out into the courtyard of the castle itself. Does that reflect what you guys had planned?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well, then. There we go. Here is the Castle Blackmoor Castle, and the way to the surface is right here. If you see that little platform there, there's a door that opens up, and there's, ballista and stuff facing in, and there's a little chasm that comes up, and in front of it there is an area where the gatekeepers live and oversee the door itself and the passage. That's the entire way out. So you come to the door. What do?
I will take out the symbol and put it against the door as I did last time.
The door vibrates, and you hear a ringing on the other side. And this is a little bit different than you did it last time. Go ahead and make an Arcana check because you're in contact with the symbol and the door.
Housekeeping.
Difference in terms of how the door responds. It has something to do with how the door vibrated and the sound you heard when you touched it, but you can't really process it. You've got a sort of a handle on it, but you haven't been able to define it well. And then the door opens, and on the other side of it, you see the Komasti Elven Guards who defend the doorway, arranged in defensive position, and you can see the flickering blue aura of a wall of force that they've thrown up that you've seen them do before. So they look at you briefly, and the older guardian nods his head and waves his hand, and one of the elves closes his hand, and the wall of force drops. And he goes, "Ah, I see you've passed back through. Come.
The screen just went black with "Be right back."
Hang on a second, folks.
The screen just went black with "Be right back" in white. I don't know why, but
Just text my phone. I'm sorry, folks. All right, I had a potential kid issue that I had to respond to. Both my sons are awesome human beings. Occasionally they need stuff from me, so I had to step away. So the Komasti gatekeeper, who you're familiar with, steps forward and says, "Oh, come. How do you feel? Oh, my goodness, Idris. I see," and he narrows his eyes, "necrotic char marks on your armor. What happened there?"
I was busy looking for items of great importance because the team refused to do what was necessary, and there were consequences.
I understand. And so he says quickly in Kamasti to Delbert, how bad did he fuck up? Come.
I tell him to write that down.
Write that down? Oh,
Yeah,
very good.
What you said, write that down.
All right, and he writes down. And he writes down, "You're such a good boy." So come. And one of the Kamasti is looking at you in a very specific way. Go ahead and make religion checks. Idris, you get to make this one with advantage.
Oh, religion.
Religion, yeah. Everybody can make it, but you get it with advantage. All right. Delbert, go ahead.
Religion. There it is.
All right. Okay, Idris. Hey, folks. Are we having any issues out there on the stream? Things look stable from here. I'm seeing 50 frames per second and good solid signal. Anybody having issues with the stream out there? All right. Real quick.
I saw it flicker once.
Okay. I didn't get a warning notice. So, all right. So,
Bandwidth issue, most likely.
So, all right, Idris, you are absolutely certain that he just used his divine sight, his blessed sight. You can do the same thing now. So he was checking you all to see if you'd been tainted by evil in some way, shape, or form. And as you've passed past him, this elf, all right, under the honor guard, watches you as he leans on his spear and nods briefly to the gatekeeper. And they're not being subtle about it at all. You're starting to get a feeling that they have a very set procedure that they use as you all pass out. So you go down that long stone walkway up to the little shrine they have established. Go ahead.
We asked them what day it is.
Yeah.
Day and year. as we get
Surprised
out.
nobody had asked that yet.
It is, brothers. It is the 18th of Amaral. We are 4 days from the spring equinox and the spring festival. So you have been gone roughly 2.5, 3 days since the last time you left.
Sounds normal. Sounds like what we spent down there.
Does seem to tie out. It's very close, if not exact. It's out.
I'm not a mathematician, but I did sleep in the Dungeons of Castle Blackmoor last night.
That's good. I'm glad you were able to get some sleep. Some people cannot. They have horrible nightmares. And so he brings you, and you guys sit down at the long table. He says, would you eat then? Yes? Then they they bring out mead, they bring out wine, they bring out water, cider, whatever you want to drink. And they're, bringing out some sausages and some cheese and some fresh fruit, a lunch.
Are we ridiculously hungry again or no?
No, not this time. I mean, it's normal. It doesn't feel like, when you came out the last time, you were ravenous. You weren't when you stepped to the door, but when you stepped to the door, you needed food badly. I mean, you were like a blood sugar crash. You started to shake. Now you're hungry, but it's normal hunger. It's not that, empty out, hollowed stomach ache that you get when you don't eat at all. So, the gatekeeper takes a big old roll, tears it in half, scoops up some butter, slaps it on it, throws what looks to be some sort of berry jam on it, takes a bite, takes a sip of water, and says, "Well, so, let's debrief then." And he asks you what happened. What specifically are we going to share? What aren't we going to share? Or are we going to share everything?
Tell them everything.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that I wouldn't. I am curious, though, Tad. Are they eyeing up Catapult in any way?
They are. They're aware that it's first of all, they know who you are, they know what your family does, and they have some idea of the research that you've been doing because you talked to them about building friends the last time you came out. All right, and they go ahead and make an insight check.
They don't like the demon mechanical things.
I don't want some kind of issue where they're like, we're going to decommission your cat. It's like, no.
So, they seem to, they don't seem surprised at all. But you do know that they know what your profession is, what you went to Blackmoor University for, and also what your family is known for. So they were like, yeah, okay, that's arcane science. You could see them identifying it, but they're not treating it like a threat. And I assume, correct me if I'm wrong, that Catapult stays within about... you come and sit down, Catapult next to you. Is that pretty much how it works?
That is absolutely how it works.
All right. So, the Catapult would take buckets of hit points very quickly. All right. I mean, they're, the honor guard are guard, but the gatekeeper's very relaxed and talking to you. So. Who had someone attempt to possess you while you were unconscious? Is that what you're saying?
Which time?
Times. I need to understand.
As a leader should do. As a leader should do. A spirit, an entity, something tried to attach itself to me, but another entity was like, no, this is my bitch. And I was like, yes, I'm somebody's bitch. You can't touch me.
Had you encountered either of these beings before?
Well, one of them looked like the entity with that gave me the sword, I think.
You said its name was Shia, if I remember correctly.
Sure.
Yes, that's what you said. Do you have any idea who this other being was?
No, he was very dark, very possessive, was hiding in a cracked altar to Saquin. He tried to pull a Kali Ma with my heart. I think he did. But, yeah, he's trying to get into people's minds. Like those other people you sent down here.
I understand.
The second one was way more chill. He was like, hey, you want to work for us? I was like, no, I already have a sugar daddy. Splitting up.
I would put, I think, some energy into deciphering this. So, I would put some energy into understanding this better. I don't know who you would consult with. Perhaps there's someone, a priest of Hanlon, who you could speak to, or someone else. But I would be concerned that there might be marks upon you. Anytime a being of that nature attempts possession or inflicts harm on you, like I see on your armor, that means you may be marked. So it is worth exploring this. So. What research have you all done so far into the castle itself, and the dungeons itself?
Pardon me for 1 second, and I will walk over and look at the back of his neck.
There is a red welt on the back of his neck.
Okay.
No symbol's been formed, but there is a red welt on the back of his neck.
Yo,
Okay.
man, when you join a group for protection, you got to do what they say.
What's interesting there is you guys have fully healed him. Normally you would expect there to be no marks.
Okay. You have a red welt on the back of your neck.
I'm surprised that's the only mark I have after the ass kicking I took.
Indeed. Jenabink, may I?
Well, you're going to have to boost her up. I don't think she's got the height to get up here.
Genevieve will stand on the chair
Okay.
and also
I'll
investigate.
I'll look at her and also at Penny in turn.
All right. Did anybody else? Hang on a second. I have to mute.
He's going to ask you, how many of you else went down in the combats?
He does ask you that, and you should discuss that amongst yourselves.
Did anyone else go down?
I don't think so.
Don't think so. Yeah,
Was
catapult.
Delbert's the only other one
That doesn't even look
with the
like you're
floor?
online anymore.
Or you got out and you were fine?
Twitch is totally cracked out. It doesn't
Did I
even
go
look-
down when we were fighting the rats? I don't think so.
No,
Okay,
I don't think
because
you
I
went
was the
down.
only-
Catapult took a lot of the damage from the rats and Indris.
Yeah.
Somebody
Okay.
got knocked with the rats.
I was almost down with the rats,
Was it?
but I
Maybe
never
that's what it was.
I never dropped. I was at like 1 hit point, and there was an instance where he thought I was going to drop, but I ended up not.
Oh, probably that was it. Yeah.
Yeah, so but I didn't, because I would have remembered how he had to get me back up on my feet, because I'm normally the one that does the healing. Plus, it would have. I'm sure that if. Shut up, Ben. I'm sure that if I had fallen and gotten possessed, it would have been in my research notes.
So, let me see. And he walks over and he looks at the back of Idris's neck. And, he asks, Delbert, may I?
Absolutely.
All right. And he goes, I've seen this before. He rubs his fingers together and touches the back of Idris's neck, mumbles. If Idris had been possessed, fully possessed, he would not have returned with you. Or if he had, we would have noted it when he had been possessed. We would have noted it when he passed through the gate, and we would have seized him. But it was a near thing. He resisted it, but it was a near thing.
See,
Hence
you
the
can't possess the
discolorization.
possessor.
He casts a minor illusion, and in the air in front of him, a symbol starts to take shape and manifest.
Come on, wizard carrying a staff symbol. So close.
He goes, have you seen this symbol?
Have we seen that symbol?
Yeah, we've seen this one.
Yeah, we've seen that one.
He goes,
Normally there are names to it. Where's the name?
No, it said symbol 1 when he shared it last time.
Oh, that's right. It did say symbol 1. That was the weird one.
Yeah, that's the one that I actually named correctly. That's
That's the symbol from Independence Day with the alien giving the big hug.
The
What do all these
alien hug
symbols?
symbol.
What do all these symbols mean?
I am not certain. They appear to be a type of ancient commodity. Only your group and Sister Patrice's group had identified and reported some of the symbols and had recognized them. Describe to me the circumstances under which the symbols become manifest to you.
We kill something and we check its neck.
All right,
Oh,
whatever.
we've also seen it. Delbert, I believe you were detecting magic on the green glowing stone and you saw a rune, and there was also a fountain with a bunch of runes.
Yes, the fountain and the what she said.
I understand. So it is apparent to me then, and we we do not pass within. We do not investigate and encounter these things in the same way that you do. It is apparent to me that there is some structural connection between the symbols that you are seeing in the dungeon itself. Only commonality I see is that they seem to be, and you may correct me if I'm wrong, they seem to be totemic marks on some of the beasts, if not all of them. But the thing you described, the glowing gem in the fountain, this is new. This is something I had not heard before. At first, I had thought maybe perhaps they represented some sort of factionalization within the dungeon. But tell me, when you saw them in the stone, the glowing crystal, and the fountain, what happened there? Can you describe that to me?
Both of them felt hungry, like they were trying to absorb magic.
This is interesting.
And life force.
Both these things are interesting to me. I would say this bears more research and more thinking. I will... I trust that Jenna Bink has taken detailed notes on this, has she not?
Oh, I have, of course. Delbert, didn't you, with the help of your unseen servant, didn't you get a disc out of the fountain?
Yes. What did we do with that?
I thought you wrapped it up in a lot of stuff and kept it in your bag. But I, unlike some people, Idris and Penny, don't search your bags.
We don't know that for sure. We don't know what you do when we're sleeping. Writing your writings. You're very short. We can't see you when we're sleeping on the bed.
I don't sleep.
This is true. I retract my statement for Penny alone.
But I did make notes in my research that
I'll
you
reach in my bag and take that out and unfold it. Put it on the table.
You go to reach for it, and Quickfoot comes running up on your shoulder and holds it out like this. And you hear in your head, all right, it sucks when I'm out here that I can't be talking like I am at home, but at least I still can think at you. Here you go, boss.
Thank you. And I will
and then Quickfoot
place it on the table, unwrap it.
All right. And he looks down, and, he's casting a detect magic, and he looks down at it, and he goes, well, no drama emanates from it now. He goes, but that symbol, and it's also the symbol of Pharao. He goes, that symbol has been brought to me before. So.
Here are the symbols that we've seen so far, and as I'm prestidigitating and putting them up in the air, I'll describe the circumstances for each one, which I'm sure that I could not remember verbatim at the moment, but I'm sure that we have a gnome who could pull all that information up should it be required.
All right. So
I'm actually a Dokray.
Okay.
When Delbert had first analyzed the fountain, he had found that it radiated alteration magic, just for reference. But yes, and Genabink will describe all of the various symbols and where they came from, but no one wants to sit here and wait while Jen, on her computer, pulls up all the notes she wrote.
No, not really.
Exactly.
You should index them.
all right.
More the point that we did have notes somewhere as a party.
All right. Well, the 5 symbols are present. I am...
Yep. See, we got one symbol, which is winking eye. Then we have man playing with fire and brazier, wizard carrying a stick, alien hugs, and big ship, little ship.
The Blackmoor Rorschach test is apparently what we found.
So we've
Charging
got
battery.
The man flipping another man out of a chair. We've got a a man wearing a helmet, pointing a sword at someone. We've got the eyeball. We've got the weird antler horn. And we've got the little fish eating, the big fish eating the little fish, starfish thing.
It's a big jaw. It's on a hinge net like the French do.
That was my take on it anyway. If we're talking about Rorschach here.
All right. Folks, we're having, I'm having an issue projecting into the player view. So I am going to just hop over and let everybody see the main view that you guys are. So I just closed down a version of Fantasy Grounds. It wasn't picking up the stuff I was projecting. So, and the gatekeeper, the gatekeeper says, well, I will tell you, there's what you bring too that have not been brought to me before. And so, Clara had not been brought to us before. And, Navarra had not been brought to us before.
So, anything interesting happened in the city in the last 2.5 days?
Yes, I believe when I talked to the dean before we left, I requested that we all get a debrief of our own coming back into the city in case there were deaths or some other massively important news.
Nothing of note from my perspective has occurred. It's been raining, but it's spring. Other than that, nothing. Nothing of note.
So, as you've collected the descriptions of these symbols and the things that they were attached to, do the symbols match as far as like the mutations that you've seen in creatures?
I have not done that analysis in that way, Delbert. We can, and I can go back through our notes and see how they intersect. Most of our notes are replicated by one of the Fletcher's agents and kept also in a special archive within the library in Blackmoor University. So there are records there, and they have been cataloged and collated in different ways than I do it. Personal notes are often idiosyncratic, if that makes sense. Genevieve, you understand what I mean by that. I use a shorthand when I write often, yes?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so...
Just like my research notes can only be read by my brilliance.
So, well, challenge accepted at that point. But still, there are scribes, there are... I hesitate to refer to them as agents, but most certainly the Fletch has individuals on his faculty. Yes, we'll call them faculty. He has individuals who specialize in compilation and decoding different texts. So you can also find archive there if you'd like. But I will review such myself and see what patterns I can see. I encourage you to do the same.
Do you? Because I've been told that we wanted fresh eyes that haven't been tainted by knowledge of previous.
Delbert,
so I've stayed away from researching this when we're in town.
Delbert, perhaps you should go to the Fletch and say, let me see if I can do Hythonian accents well. Oh, I believe that the gatekeeper has said I should look at the research, yes, and see what he says.
Very well.
Yes. You have descended how many times now? 3 or 4?
Twice.
That was the second.
That was the second time? When
2,
hundreds
3,
and hundreds
5.
of You've only been down twice?
Yes. twice as nice for people like us.
Very good. Very good. I would still say I would talk to the Fletch and I would review some of the documents. And honestly, Delbert, where it is now is you have encountered things that others have not. And to understand them, you're going to have to pass through some things like a sieve. It would not surprise me if Fletcher did restrict access to some of the information so it does not bias your experience. But there are some things he would most certainly want you to, you must begin to understand in a different way. Ultimately, it would be his decision, but that is my suggestion, and you may reference my intention as you speak to him.
Very good.
So,
It is always nice to
much
have
time has
citations
passed?
from better experts.
you guys got out here about, it was just coming up on sunset. All right, so the sun was just starting to pass over the walls, and by the time you're done, the sunsight's faded, the gloaming has faded, and it's early night. Probably it's spring, so it's between 7 and 8 a.m. You heard the 7th bell strike as you were having this conversation.
How much time has passed since we went in?
Oh, 2.5 or 3 days, sir.
Okay.
Which you guys felt tied out to your experience.
Okay.
So, and I said, you seem to be a little bit more veteran now. You're much less rattled and upset than when you came out the last time. Of course, not experiencing disruptions of time or uneven flows also contributes to that greatly, I imagine.
Well, we are making less money this time when we come out. I mean, that would make me hysterical.
Oh, speaking of money and making things, do you happen to know where who is the most prominent expert on Saquinian research and artifacts?
I would go see the first sword. First sword of Liza. This is about the fingerboard you found in the shattered sepulcher. Was it an altar?
Oh, we found a finger bone. We also found a significant amount of research that was more or less unspoiled. I tried to pick out the best artifacts.
I would go see. I would attempt to reach the first sword, Eliza, in Church of Saquin. If you can do that, she would be most able to assist you. But you'll have to navigate her bureaucracy a bit. So.
What do you mean by bureaucracy?
People who insulate members of the upper and ruling class from contact they find abhorrent or repugnant.
Like professors and research boards, the people with the red tape that prevent the papers from going out.
They're like bodyguards, but they guard your time instead of your life.
They steal your time.
There's no red tape in academia. Certainly, only the best ideas are put forth, and all of the academic boards are just there so that we can make sure only the most quality research is elevated to papers and such.
Well, my friend Ro Jogan has submitted several papers that were worth nothing, and you all published them. I mean, one was talking about cookies that children sell as a way to determine social strife within Blackmoor. I'm surprised it made it past your review process.
That was a very important paper. The Semamoas, I mean, of course, people that eat the Semamoas are the most intelligent people in Blackmoor. That is just known fact, and the paper just was able to establish that.
We all know it's the chocolate-covered mint leaves that are the best.
I think those, I'm telling you. But I will say this, Jenna. Your attitude times the times it takes to move forward with projects in academia is reflected by your lifespan. You are not Thonian or high Thonian. Their days are of greater value to them individually because there are less of them. I understand the reserved process to vet and review information. It makes much more sense to me, and I have more tolerance for it than someone who might live 80 or 120 years.
So, How many years have you lived?
This many.
You know, they're like trees. You got to cut them open and count the rings.
Am I counting the ridges on your fingertips, or perhaps perhaps something like rings on a tree?
It might be some kind of exponential function.
And he looks at you again, smiles and leans forward and goes, 2. I am 2. And he sits back. And he says, well, do we have any other questions for this evening?
When will you be 3?
I am always here.
Would I know, would Genevieve know, having lived in Blackmoor and having been associated with the university, where she can buy magical weapons and such?
Magical weapons. You can make a case. Blackmoor University has charter from the Wizards Cabal to be able to sell magic weapons. So you can go to Blackmoor University and see what is available. There are also, you've heard of, individuals that will sell magic items on the black market, but there's a risk with being caught with those because they don't bear, or they may bear, but they may be easy to see through the appropriate stamps and or marks that says that they've been built and authorized by the Wizards Cabal.
Contraband.
If I get to that point, I know what I'm asking. I was going to say, yeah, I'm not going to just go wandering. I'm going to ask Penny. But,
So, all right, children. You have done well. I keep expecting less of you to return to the surface each day, and you return as a bickering group every time, and it warms my heart. So
we're glad we could disappoint.
I would be too if I were you. Yes. So, well, I will be here. As I have collected information, I will make certain you know what we have been able to decipher and see for ourselves. And I encourage you to process the information and ask for assistance in a way that you can, from what sources you may. And your path is different than others I have seen so far. It is. So, good evening. And he stands up, and without saying GTFO, that's definitely the vibe you're getting from him right now.
Taking that cue, does anyone need a place to stay tonight? I think you all have rooms at the inn, but you're welcome, of course.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to Delbert's place.
Off to Castle Galen Manor, then?
Yeah, I need some stationery, and I don't feel like purchasing it.
I'll go wherever the group goes, I think.
I am always down to visit the Galen Manor. It's always a lucrative proposition.
Is it? All right. So off to Galen Manor. No parade this time.
I will stop on the way to Galen Manor. Is my parents' house by any chance on the way to Galen Manor? I can't remember the layout.
It can be.
It can be. So
Yeah.
Can we at least drop by so I can tell my parents that, I'm not dead? I would very much like that. I'm not going to stay there. I don't feel the need to, really get engaged in a social interaction with them at this time.
When we get near their house, I yell really loud, "She's not dead yet!"
Well, there is a section of the city where the gnomes are, all right? And as y'all, when I said you can be, all right, I'm going to push this back out to you and show you what's going on. All right. Galen Manor is right there. All right. That's Galen Manor. All right. Where you guys are up here in the castle. All right. The easiest way to get to Galen Manor is to go straight down the street and there's a Galen Manor. All right. Her family and her parents, actually, her house is right there. So you can walk along the wall, hit that, and swing back around to Galen Manor. So it can be, but it's probably about another 25 minutes worth of walking. So.
But it's the middle of the day, right?
It's about 7, 8 o'clock now, somewhere between 7 and 8.
Yeah, we don't want to get mugged by a pack of Jawas.
I was thinking more if it was the middle of the day, then I would be going into the university. Can we do that? Is that okay? I mean, I just want to drop by and tell them I'm alive. It's either that or Idris, if you're willing to, give me some money to pay a messenger.
I believe your feet work just fine.
All right. As you're coming out into the city itself, the spring, the vernal equinox is in 3-4 days, and the city's starting to reflect that. There's a couple different events that occur during that. So you see when you look at the city itself, along the main road there, you see there's this big broad circle of streets that run the entire circumference of the city. That arc is called the Loop. And every year you have a race that starts at the gates of the castle and goes all the way around the city and ends in the front of the University of Blackmoor. And there's a foot race that's run by children, there's a foot race that's run by adults, and then there's a mule race that the halflings and the gnomes and some of the Decry take part on. And then there is a horse race that the Thonians, High Thonians, and elves will often take part of. And there are some Decry who will ride in the horse race. But so they have 4 different races they do throughout the course of that day. And the morning begins with prayer for almost everyone. And then there's festival and the races all day long. And then the night, it's spring. There are certain things that we all celebrate during spring. So a lot of times you'll have betrothals sanctified on the vernal equinox, things like that. So, but what you're seeing in the city is flowers are being put out. Strands of garlands of flowers are being put out. The city's starting to transform in front of you and become, there's 4 different seasons, and we're passing from the end of winter, where it's cold and a bit rainy, into the beginning of spring. And you see that as you pass through the city. When you get to your parents' house, and it's a pleasant walk, all right, it's about 60, 65 degrees, a little bit of moisture in the air. You get the tang of the sea because, Blackmoor, right on the sea. So, oh my goodness. Now, as you're getting closer, Jenna Bank, you guys see this, all right? As you start to get down the area where a lot of the gnomes live, it would be inaccurate to call them ghettos because there's not specific areas that each of the different racial groups all live, but about 50-60% of the population of gnomes live in a specific area. About 70% of the Decry live in a specific area, and about 30-35% of the halflings live in a specific area, and a lot of the halflings are outside of the city as farmers. But you can see, and there's an area where the dwarves live pretty exclusively. But as you're getting closer, the gnomes, without a doubt, are noting that Jenna Bank's coming. And you see little gnomes, a couple little gnomes run up and say, "Hi, Jenna!" And a couple gnomes take off. And by the time you're getting close to her house, Paguni and Zola are waiting out on the doorstep with about 7 or 8 other gnomes hanging out and some older gnomes across the street on the doorstep. So all the gnomes are aware that Jenna Bank is coming home. All right. Now, you guys have been very, 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 very good about not sharing anything special about what's going on. But at the same time, there seems to be a lot of interest in the fact that you guys are just walking down the street here. So you were gone for 3 or 4 months, you were gone for 3 days, and people sort of notice it when you return now. But anyhow, Paguni and Zola are waiting outside on the stoop by their townhouse. And Zola's like, "Oh my goodness, dear, it's so good to see you." And Pagoni leans forward and goes, "Dear, it's so good to see you. We heard you might be coming and we put tea on. Would you like some tea?"
I'm sorry, but I promised these people that I would not engage in a lot of social interaction. They desired to go off to Delbert's parents, so he can also tell them that he's alive, I assume. And possibly some filtering may happen. I don't understand fully. But regardless, in order to better engage in their social interaction, I'm going to postpone yours if that is okay. But I at least wanted you to know that I had not perished in the depths. But look, I made a friend. And I show off Catapult.
Your father's eyes get big, all right? And he, reaches down into his belt pouch, pulls on a pair of leather gloves, takes out a magnifying glass, all right, and a small pick, and he comes forward, and he drops down on his knees, and he's like, oh, my goodness, oh, and he's checking out joints, and he goes, some structural damage occurred here. A lot of, this thing's had issues, but executes fairly well, yes?
So I have yet to have to completely rebuild him. This is currently version 1.1, but I am incredibly pleased with its ability to auto heal. I factored that in with some additional cogs and network. So on top of that, my arcane science, given enough time, can also rebuild it. I feel confident that if required, I could build it from scrap. But that would take me, probably overnight or so. However, my workshop is wonderful and is so well stocked. I've never had a problem.
Yes, Cat Sajak here is a heartbreaker and a life taker.
Sajak.
Its name is Catapult.
I believe
Cat
you mean.
Benatar.
I believe you mean our workshop.
No, I have a workshop. It has. Do you know what to do with any of the stuff in my workshop, Penny?
Slag it.
I guarantee you I could make all the stuff in that workshop serve a purpose. Now, that purpose would be filling my coin pouch, but I would definitely make sure it's all getting used by somebody.
Regardless, it's
All right.
my workshop. I believe Delbert even said it was my workshop.
You hear Zola say, all right, as your father is just puttering over Catapult. Zola says, in a voice that sounds vaguely familiar to all of you, I made tea. Aren't you going to come in and have my tea?
Well, yes, let's see your workshop where you make this tea. I bet it's very great.
Come with me. And she comes down, she hooks Idris's arm over her arm, and she takes him straight up the stairs.
Turn around at Jennabank and look down because I have to, and just do the wink.
Penny, I just want you to know that I tried to save you from this.
I'll be right back.
I'm half tempted to have Paguni drop a glitter dust on you, but no.
Penny, so as you go into the darkness, Penny, 2 hours and 32 minutes.
Okay, I don't have none of those like time telling things, so I don't know what you mean by that. But that sounds a really long time.
Your father is absolutely stunningly happy with your design. All right, he's complimenting it. He's talking about your adaptability, and he says, "You realize, of course, the primary use of constructs like this is to absorb damage that otherwise might be inflicted on you or on one of your companions. And based on the structural reinvigoration that you've done, I can tell that it has performed that function admirably."
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. It got pretty jacked up in there.
So, all right, so you weren't kidding. She wasn't kidding. All right, when you said workshop, how accurate you were. This woman doesn't really have a kitchen. She has a field culinary laboratory. All right, there are a series of ovens of different design, different consistencies, different builds. All right, she's got a cutting board. She's got little Bunsen burner tubes, little different receptacles for, getting exactly the right temperature on syrups and stuff. All right, this looks part alchemical laboratory, part kitchen. All right, and she says, "Oh, come, 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 come," and she goes, "Now this particular tea," and she begins to walk you through the specific gravity that's necessary to make this tea especially effective based on the sweetener that she's added into it, which isn't always necessary, but works very well with this because it's slightly acidic. And she begins to talk chemistry for you. All right, and she's
Idris is right there because what she's doing is just like the water that he drinks, that they distill. He's right here with it. He gets it.
Go ahead and give me a straight up intelligence check.
Psh, -1 roll coming up. Shazam. How the heck did I get a disadvantage on?
Oh, let's see if you're still unconscious in the table.
Oh, I'm poisoned.
You're poisoned. Oh, that's right. We forgot about that. When you passed through the gate, they would have resolved that for you very quickly. So we'll remove that. You got a 15 then. You rolled a 16 and a 5.
Cool. Yeah, and I'm just like, I'm looking at what she's got. I'm like, do you have any gravity distillers here, where you drip it down through the process, take a while to get it all highly concentrated to get that great flavor?
Jennifer, you come up to the top of the stairs and you hear him speaking to your mom about it, and you're like, he's simulating competence. This is stunning. And your mother grabs hold of his hand, pours him a little of a tea, and looks at you as you come up. You go, Jennifer, he's so smart. And she pours off a little bit more tea.
I am going to go to the part of the house furthest away from the kitchen. I don't care what part of the house it is. You can tell me what it is, and I will give you a reason for my being there.
Well, that would be your room, because there's a spiral staircase that goes up to the 3rd level into the loft and the attic. And when you became a teenage gnome, your parents felt that it was best for you to have a space where you weren't fucking around them at all at any times, and they created space for you to be upstairs in the loft. All right, so you have a little loft bedroom right next to the attic that is removed from them.
I will go up to my bedroom. I'm sorry. I need to. I need to check on my bedroom to ensure that no mishaps have occurred with any of my ongoing experiments within my bedroom. I'll be back down in approximately 1 hour and 42 minutes.
Paguni talks to Delbert down in the sitting room in the parlor, and wants to know everything that happened to you guys while you're away. Delbert, or what are you sharing with him? You're muted.
I am going to pull out a Quickfoot and start talking solely about Quickfoot.
Quickfoot steps out, sniffs, all right, and projects into your brain. Oh my god, this place smells like freaking bong hits and acetate. What the hell's going on in here?
Just humor the guy.
All right. So Quickfoot climbs all over him. All right. Gets up on his head. All right. Looks over to see if Mom's busy and looks at you and makes it look like he's about to take a dump on top of the guy's head. Stops doing it. Quickfoot is an absolute ass to this guy, but plays with him and keeps him entertained. All right. And Paguni at some point starts to realize what's going on and holds Quickfoot out by the tail. And Quickfoot's like, oh, I think I'm busted, boss, So he hands Quickfoot over to you. And then he begins to talk to you about the ritual that you cast and how you did it. And then he talks about how they would replace 1 for 1 in arcane science to get similar spell effects. So he wants to have a conversation with you about that. So
okay, absolutely. We can talk about magic, no problem.
So go ahead and make an insight check.
But basically I'm diverting his question into something that is benign and not about the dungeon.
Absolutely. Go ahead and make an insight check.
Bada bing.
Okay. He was attempting to get you to break security. You're almost certain of that based on how he came at you. All right? So it wasn't just him asking you questions. It was him testing you to see if you'd say anything. You are certain of that. And so you deflected, and when he sees you do it, he very much respects that and just goes into a conversation that he knows is safe. So it's a classic, you know that he knows that you know kind of thing. Went right back and forth.
Fair.
between the two of
Okay.
you. All right. So he's like, and you're like, All right. That's how that goes back and forth between you in terms of subtext. So, all right.
And the rat goes, ah.
Well, as he's talking to them, I'm like, so with all of your arcane science, have you ever built like a device that like can suck in magic? You know, bring it in, store it.
Quantify. Do you mean have I built a receptacle for rechanneling magical energy?
Like a battery. Like it takes it in.
No. The closest thing that I have studied, and I have not built it myself, it just is beyond my skill, is there are certain magical rings, and also you can imbue in some weapons the ability to store magic. So a spell can be cast encapsulated and captured within the ring or within the item. Now, this is different than making a wand or a staff or a rod, where you physically imbue and set for recharging based on the cycle of the sun or the moon, an item like a wand. This is very specifically, you place the spell, the magic, and entrap it within a ring or sometimes within a weapon that may or may not be intelligent, a specific spell, a group of spells. So that effect is called spell storing, which is separate from the effect of creating a wand. Now, as a unspecified magical battery, the only thing that I know of that will function in that way is there's a class of Ioun Stone that, if burned out and damaged, will absorb magical essence and power, but that also can burn out and damage the stone, and she just fucking goes. All right, go ahead.
I'm like,
Charging
is that
battery.
like some kind of crystal or quartz? I don't know. I'm not like the brightest.
Make an Arcana check. Did you just admit vocally that you're not the most brightest person?
Yeah.
All right, everybody make a perception check. Jenna, you're on the second floor in disadvantage.
I mean, I'm outside right now, so.
Yeah, you're out of the running on this one. Okay.
Charging battery.
All right. Delbert.
He's
All
sitting
right.
right next to me. If he can't make that roll,
Well, the issue is hearing it around her voice because she's, yeah. But you're following what she's saying, Idris. I mean, from listening to Jenna Bink, listening to Delbert, and the classes you've taken, you're following what she's saying. You're not getting all the fine concepts, but all right. So here's an example.
I'm just an idea guy.
Right. So I, when I was working at the Ithaca Journal in Ithaca, New York, I met David Sagan. I was his paper boy, right? So I was taking New York Times to him because they screwed up delivery. And David Sagan, like 5 or 6 times when I went up to see him, talked to me about fractal theory. Okay. Now, fucking Kilgore didn't get all of it, but I could follow him because I was Scientific American kind of every month guy, right? Same thing's happening to you. You are hearing what she's having to say, and you're following the major conceptual steps. And here's what you get from what she said. All right? In theory, you could build a receptacle that sucked in magical energy or sucked in essence or power, but she's never seen anything about it. She knows about different classes of magical items, some of which are tied to artifacts that will allow you to load spells into them and allow them to be recast, but she has only theoretically ever heard of anything like you're talking about. She thinks it's possible in theory, but she can't specifically articulate how it would be constructed or built. She does have a bias. She thinks that it's much more likely to be able to be done with arcane science because arcane science provides structure and a different approach than normal magic like a wizard or a sorcerer does, which is a lot of time is based on the personal abilities of the caster and is idiosyncratic and not formulaic. So that's kind of her approach to it. All right, so about...
Well, I mean, we watched the Kabbalists cast through their crystal arcane foci all
Right.
the time.
Right.
So they've got that other brand of magic.
Yeah, what that does is the spells in the foci, right, are like in a spell book. So it's a different way of encoding the formula. So instead of writing it down like you do in a spell book, with an arcane foci, you're taking the cleavage of the stone and you're grafting along the different cleavages of the rock, right? So it's a similar process, but you're just writing in a different medium. And the medium's more durable, and that's the advantage of the foci. So, all right.
So I am testing my hypothesis and doing my timing based on, how I know my parents' conversations go. So I'm going to try to time it, based on that hour and 42 minutes, that I come down and they are ramping down on the current topic and about to find a new topic to ramp up on, so I can try to essentially cast a social interruption on that and save everyone else from my parents.
So do you have any stories about little baby Jedabink?
Oh, so I know that I know, Mom, that you want to really, really delve into that, but I think that it's really unfair and inconsiderate if we remain here because we haven't allowed Delbert to spend any time with his parents or sister. And as we understand, because of our lifespans, it's much ruder to take time away from the Thonians, especially since, apparently you blink your eyes and people as young as Delbert's sister just change immensely. So don't you think it would be rude if we didn't leave now? But we do appreciate the tea, Mom.
Look over at Delbert.
Oh, my dear, I understand. I've been having an excellent conversation with your friend Idris. Did you realize that Idris has a basic and functional structural understanding of the dynamics of crystalline theory acting as a receptacle for arcane and magical energy, and also he asks the most precise and effective questions about how one might store magical energy in different forms and different objects. I think this is a conversation you should have with him and follow up.
I'm sure he gives every appearance of that.
Well, you missed out while you were up in your tower ringing that bell.
No, it's really true. He does seem to have something of a grasp on it.
I'm able to grasp many things.
I will completely
I
agree
don't
with that.
want
I've
to
seen
continue
that.
conversation. On that note, I feel like we should probably thank our guests or thank our hosts for a lovely cup of tea and be on our way.
That sounds excellent. And I start walking out the door and looking at my whatever serves as my watch and seeing how close I was in my prediction to Penny when we first entered this establishment of how long it would take to escape.
Penny, give me an investigation check, please.
Sure.
I'll put my arm down so that Quickfoot can scurry up my arm onto my shoulder.
Very good. Hang on a second, folks.
And if Idris is not heading toward the door, I will send Catapult to try to herd Idris toward the door.
It's biting me. The fucker's biting me.
Dude, I don't eat Thonian.
Oh, no, we're talking about Catapult.
Oh, all right.
That's more like beep boop, beep boop.
I'm sorry. All right. Genebake, it was they were minute and a half short, but you were well within tolerance.
Fantastic.
Yes, you would consider that a reasonable estimate based on your past experience. So they send you along now. It's coming up on 10 o'clock now. All right.
Did Penny listen to me? Is Penny there waiting for us?
Penny?
And am I there?
You can be.
Really?
You can be. Your investigation was very good, and if you want to be visible when they come out the door, you can be.
Okay. I will be visible when they come out the door then.
All right, very good. I want you to give me a perception check in the tower. Oh, damn. All right. This is just such a nice roll. I got to show it to you. All right. You guys, you're pretty certain, picked up a tail when you were leaving the castle, and you noticed there were a few little gnome children and a few gnome adults that followed you, but there was a Thonian individual, looks like might have been a dock worker, who followed you guys, waited out front, trying to be nondescript for about 15 or 20 minutes, and then began to slink away. Now, this was right about the time the conversation was picking up, but you had a pretty good idea who this. You saw this guy, you recognized him. Now, would you have followed him, or would you have waited till everybody else got back out?
I would have followed 100%.
All right. Go ahead and you're gonna have to make a series of stealth checks for me. All right. So go ahead and make one.
I already dropped the first one for you.
Okay. All right. Make a second. All right. All right. Go ahead and make an insight check. Okay, you've been made. All right. So you were cutting, from one alley to the next behind the guy, and you must have passed through some of the lamplight, because there's lit lamps all over here. The city, they use continual light stones. They use different things to keep the city well lit. And there's lamp lighters, people who come out and open and close the globes during the day. But anyhow, you must have passed through some of the light, and he just was looking at the right time and saw you. All right. Now, he tried to make it look like he didn't see you, but you very much identified that, right? You're like, God damn it, I'm made. All right. And he starts moving in different directions. Now he's taking right angles. How long are you going to try and follow him?
Well, now I'm going to try and re-stealth and intercept him.
Okay, go ahead. Wow, okay. Give me a perception check.
Sure.
You lost him. Yeah, you lost him. He made you. I mean, you thought you had him. You thought you had him. And you expected him to come back out this one alley. So he goes into this one alley, and you see him, okay? And you expect him to come out the other side of the alley. And when you go to the other side of it, just tracking how he's moving, somebody else comes out, and it doesn't seem to be him at all. What do you do?
I got a good look at him, right?
Yeah, you got a pretty good look at him. All right, this is Thonian male, early 40s. Moves like a professional is the best way to describe it now that you've watched him long enough. Gray eyes, light blonde, sandy blonde hair, little goat, chin strap, no mustache, just starting to bald. All right, and he is built like a dock worker. He's not muscled, but he's fit and in good shape and very light on his feet.
Okay, I'm gonna move towards the dock area then.
Okay, give me a straight up charisma check. Okay, you haven't seen him before. You don't remember him in any sort of interaction. All right, so how much time are you going to spend looking?
In the docks?
Yeah.
Probably at least an hour.
Okay. So figure that the pursuit and chase was about an hour. So you're going to spend about an hour looking on the docks, and you're going to head back to everyone. So it's about 2.5 hours.
No, I probably will not head back to everyone. I will.
Okay. All right. Go ahead then. We're good. I just was trying to get a feeling for if you're going to sync up or not. Go ahead and give me a perception check. Now, hang on. How are you, before I have you make any rolls, how are you looking for this guy on the docks?
I'll be looking for anyone. So, let me see. So most of the dock workers live in like that little hamlet area on the docks, it looks like, right? Or no?
Some do. What that is a lot of times is when ships are in and out of town, if you don't want to go stay in an inn, there's housing there where you can throw down a bedroll or whatever. A lot of those places are tents where shopkeepers may or may not live, and then a lot of them are businesses. They're boat houses, they're clearing houses, they're places where you can rent warehouse space, things like that. The gate directly in front of it. Here, let me pop it open for you. All right, so anything that's got a tent on it, there may or may not be somebody who lives in there all the time, but for the most part, those are shops. This ring of buildings here, you've got a whole bunch of warehouses, which are the longer buildings. All right, you've got a guild house, which is the Navigators Guild, which is that octagonal building, and then all these other buildings along here. Some of them are shops that people live in, but these are pretty much all businesses that do specific business with the ships as they come in, and or with the shipyarders, the people who build the ships, the boatswrights, the boatswains that deal with them. So you have people who sell nets, people who sell rope, things like that, but do it in bulk. So that's what most of that is. If you go through this gate right here, all right, if you're going through this gate right there, you start to have a bunch of buildings that these folks live in, a few tenements, all right, places where people live. So that area is roughly from the second tower to the second tower. So that quadrant that those sort of folks live in is right in there, with some spillover into where the dwarves and the gnomes live.
Okay, I'll start going through any of those residents and looking inside where I can get in.
Out on the sand, out on the gravel.
Yeah, and any other areas where I know there's dock workers present.
Okay. Well, there's a tavern down near the docks, all right, which is called the Broken Anchor, and that's right here, all right. There's a tavern right there called the Broken Anchor, and then you're just going to sort of walk around here, right? Are you looking to break into a place? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you said most of them are like shanties and stuff, so I'm just looking to peek in. I'm not going to break into the homes unless I need to get a look inside.
All right, stealth investigation.
All right.
Okay. You work the entire area of the dock where the ships are, where the warehouses are, things like that, and you're not coming up with anything for this guy. All right. You see some people. You're looking in houses. You're not seeing anything. You're seeing windows. I mean, you're just sort of nosing around looking for anybody that matches his description. All right.
Yep.
And you're just not finding anything. So how long do you...
I'm going to spend the entire night looking for this guy if I have to.
Okay. All right. So you guys come out, and all right, Penny, I'm going to step away. All right. You guys come out, and Penny's not there.
Well, I guess he'll catch up with us. He knows
I
where
told
we're gonna
her. I was within 3 minutes of tolerance here.
Someone needs to do a little more social engineering work to plan the movements of a shifty Dokray with trust issues. I saw this coming a mile away.
He must have gotten bored.
I had anticipated that the allure of pilfering more items from the Galen household would have kept her intrigued, but apparently I was wrong.
Well,
Perhaps.
it's
I
not a
was
challenge when they're given to you, so...
It's true.
Shall we?
I suppose, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so
And we head for Galen Manor.
all right, Galen Manor it is.
I will, by the way, be timing the exact amount of time that they were waylaid at my parents, and will spend exactly that amount of time at Galen Manor. So if that time approaches, please let me know, Tad.
So you want 2.5 hours of time of social interaction. So it's about 20-minute walk from your parents' house to their house. All right, and you're going to track another 2.5 hours on top of that from the time you engage a Galen till the end of that window. Is that what you're
Correct.
doing? Okay.
Absolutely, yes. I mean, social interactions are all about equivalency, right? I mean, that's how that works.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, folks. All right. So you come to Galen Manor, and you come up to the main doors, and knock.
Yes.
All right. So
Knock, knock.
little portholes goes open, and Caleb's there, who's the stable boy. And Caleb's like, "Oh, Master, we heard you might be in tonight." And he closes the door, and you hear him go, "Master Matthias!" And Matthias comes out, and the two of them open the gate, and you come in. And Matthias steps forward, puts his hand on Delbert's shoulder, and goes, "Your mother and father are inside waiting for you. In her meeting room, her parlor." So,
Very good. Thank you.
you're welcome. So, two of them fade. And you guys go in through these doors, in here, and into your mother's room. So, and, stained glass window, smaller windows out looking over the garden. And Megan is there, so excited, a little bit tired. She's up kind of late for her. And she, gives Delbert a hug. And Frieda and Reginald Galen are both present. And Reginald's like, "Good to see you home, son." Shakes your hand. "Idris, good to see you." And he goes, "Jetta." And Frieda goes, "Where's Penny? Where is Penny?"
We were waylaid at my parents. My mother made tea, and I say that in such a way as my mother made tea.
Oh.
And Penny became disinterested. And while I had assumed that Penny would join us to come see you, since she loves your house so much, I was wrong.
Perception roll.
Well, I got special silver to dine with her this time.
May I see it?
She goes, "Some of the finest pewter you can lay your hands on. Excellent craftsmanship. Solid workaday. Silver."
Computer. Ugh.
I thought you would have given her wood utensils.
Oh, no. So, and I have, pre-provided her with additional cosmetics and perfumes and oils that I think she'll find useful. I've gotten some things that specifically were recommended to me by Ducray individuals that I met through the first speaker. So I believe we will have her well taken care of. So, and you would be surprised how economical it is to secure wards for objects of value from the Wizard's Cabal when your son is in such high standing as a war wizard. Thank you so much, Delbert. So, but nothing ill happened to Penny. All joking aside, when I didn't see her with you, I was worried that something might have occurred in your travels.
Things did.
Well, Penny always says that the dungeons of Castle Blackmoor are the vacation, and what happens up here on the surface is the hard part. But as far as I know, Penny's fine.
Megan, hearing that, goes, "So, Delbert, what you're saying is that as I stay here on the surface and go to school and learn how to be a bard, I'm the hero, and you're hiding down below the surface, just having a good time. Is that what Penny's saying?
That's probably what Penny's saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So,
She's had a hard knock life.
Nevertheless,
She finds it easier when violence and her life is threatened on a daily basis. Much easier than when things are provided to her freely.
now this is one of the first times ever that Idris has spoken to Megan like an adult, and what you said was a very adult thing to her. All right, and she looks up at you and she goes, makes eye contact, and she goes, "Thank you, Idris. I always thought she was a little hurt. Thank you." And
Well, I mean, when you run from the Afridian, this is something you should know because becoming a bard also subjects you to the wizards' cabal and their rules should we ever go to war against the Afridi again. We all may be called upon to serve. And Penny served unwillingly, but served with valor nonetheless, in conditions much harsher than anything we have had to date.
Reginald says, "Aye, this is true. So, Miriam, Brandy, yes, sir." And he goes, "Megan, I think it's time for you to go to bed now. I know you wanted to stay up and see Delbert and his friends, and you have, but we have adult things to speak about now." "Yes, Father." And she runs up and gives Delbert a hug, and she curtsies to Jenabink, and she curtsies to Idris, and she goes, "Thank you, Idris," and she goes out the door. And
we'll be here in the morning. I'll see you at breakfast.
"Yes, Delbert," and she's gone. Frida and Reginald are going to want to talk to you about whatever you want to talk about, as long as you want to talk about it. And they will keep you in a steady feed of libation all night long. All right, for as long as you want to. They have food if you want it, but they know you've just been in a gnomish household, so they figure you've been well fed. But they, have apple brandy. They have different meads that you can have. They have different wides. They have different, ales if that's what your inclination is. So they're going to allow you to drink whatever you want as long as you want, and they'll talk to you and entertain you as quickly or as well as you want.
How long has House Galen been in Blackmoor?
House Galen? The Galens...
I would put the question to you like this. Were they here when the dungeon was reclaimed?
Yes.
People were going into it.
Yes.
Okay.
The Galens.
So-
The Galens started out just as horse tradesmen. That's what they did. They traded in horses. They ran down to Thonia, hauled them back up. Ran down to Thonia, hauled them back up. But based on that, they also ended up being drafted as horse cavalry. And Delbert's great grandfather got his first commission of knighthood during the Wizard Wars because of valor in the field, leading a quote-unquote mercenary company of Thonian and High Thonians. The family was given land based on that and has been merchant nobles ever since.
So that's where I put my questioning to them. Like, hey, were you here when it was open? Was anybody in there? Do you have any stories about that?
Oh, yeah. They... This is the second time one of their family members has been called upon to spend time in the dungeons of Castle Blackmoor. And the first time was, driving the orcs out, all right? And they were part of the group of people that went in room to room in the first, second, and third levels and drove out the inhabitants. Delbert's the first one to be formally placed, and Hazard is one of the teams that King Uther and the Fletcher and the rest of the Regency Council have identified. And they don't really know anything more than you know as a noble. I mean, they have their own stories about it. So
I'll take old timers for 500, Alex.
daily double. All right.
Let it ride.
All right. So they are forthcoming. You don't feel that they're holding back at all, but they're not telling you anything you haven't heard before. And Delbert's kind of like, "Oh yes, great uncle, Ebenezer. Oh yes, So Delbert's heard some of these stories before. A classic Blackmoorian noble family. nothing really that special about it until they got here, and then they pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. I mean, very much progression through deeds. And they are, and you can tell this from talking to them, very much tied to the Blackmoorian ethic of, I'm a noble, but my birth gives me no rights. I have to earn my nobility through deeds that I do in service to the state and other people. All right. And of course, that's what, you guys are going through that right now as Blackmoorian nobles, right? You're in that 5-year window of time where you validate yourself and prove that you have the right to govern. So,
Trying to get our parking validated.
You got it.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, I mean, you can live in your parents' household and you can be a Thonian, but you're never going to be a noble. You're never going to govern. Not in the way. You're not going to have any political power. You just have station associated with your family's wealth. So, all right. I got to check something.
I do ask them for stationery because I got to write some letters.
All right. Frida goes, Jenna, would you rather have some mint tea or perhaps, some water or some cider?
Oh, some normal cider would be lovely. Thank you.
My pleasure. And she and Miriam swoops in, picks up your drink, comes back, sets down some cider for you, and sets down 4 little biscuits right next to the cider. And
I will happily consume.
Caramel cookies would be the way to understand it, and they go so well with the cider. All right. So about 2.5 hours have passed. You're staying at this all night if you need to, right, Penny?
Yeah.
All right. And you're just looking for this guy, right?
Yeah. If Spins, where is he located at within Blackmoor? Is he located near that district at all?
Red or?
No, Spin. Right? That's his name, right? The Dokri?
Oh, the first speaker, your contact. Yeah. Okay. Hang on a second, and I'll pull that up for you. Sveal Highfellow.
Sveal, that's what it is. Yeah, Sveal.
He is in a different area of the city. You would have to cross the city again to specifically meet with him. All right. He is Sveal Highfellow.
Do I have any contacts near the dock-ward?
Yeah. You're Red's into Blackward.
Okay, I'll go talk to Red and see if he knows anybody.
All right.
Meets that description.
Okay. All right, so you go to Donner's shop, and Donner lives over top of his shop. All right, and Donner's shop is right. If you go to the Blackmoor City map, I don't know if I've got it pinned, but
I've got it open still.
All right, so it's right in that main street that runs out to the Swamp Gate. All right, so it's right in that area. So he's right in the main commercial district, right off the docks. All right, and how are you? Are you pounding on the door? Or what are you doing?
No, he lives above the shop.
Yeah, he lives above the shop. So he's a barrel maker. He's got a warehouse associated with the house. He's got a little assembly construction area, not really factory is too strong of a term, but where his apprentices and his journeymen work. And then he's got his main shop. And directly above his main shop is his living area, which is about a 20-foot by 30-foot group of rooms that he and his paramour live in. Huh?
Yeah. Do I know which room is his? Where he...
It's that floor. It's only 20 by 30, so you've been up there once. He's got a sitting room. He's got a little stove. He's got a nice bed chamber, and he's got a little office up there.
Okay, I'll go to a window and investigate it and let myself in.
All right, give me an athletics check and give me a stealth check.
Can I give you acrobatics?
Not for climbing.
What about from going from a roof to another roof?
Oh, that's right. You have a low strength, don't you?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, go ahead and give me an acrobatics check. Okay, so you are not graceful when it comes to that side of things. And yeah, you're at his window. So you're hanging in front of his window, and you think you can open it. And you're fairly quiet in all this, but you're looking through the window, and you see red sighting a crossbow out the window.
From the shadows, I'll tap on the crossbow. Hey, I need to talk.
So he opens the window, says, "Be God, Penny, you're trying to get yourself fucking killed? Anybody who comes through my window is going to get freaking 3 foot of wood in their gut. Come on in." Puts the door down.
I seen you shoot red. I ain't worried about getting killed.
So, ha ha ha, very funny, very funny. So, and he walks back and he pours himself out of a clay pot a drink, and he pours one for you, and he sits down and he reaches and he drops a piece of sugar into it, and he goes, "The tea's cold, but have some." And he starts to drink it. "What? Why are you fucking breaking into my goddamn house in the middle of the night?"
Somebody tailed us, and they knew we got out of the castle, like, at the time we got out, instead of tailing us. So they have to be part of the business. I just want to know who this person is. And I'll describe the individual to them.
Well, I'll tell you what. Nobody's put a contract out that I know. There's no public knowledge that I know. And nobody's come nosing to me looking for information on you. So I'm not certain what would be going on there, to be honest with you. What I'll do, though, is I'll ask my people. I'll see if somebody's, specifically been asking about you or any of your friends there. So you've been traveling with that Galen fella, the Idris fella, and that gnome, Jetabank, right? That little gal you brought to see me the other day?
Yeah, I'll describe the person. You ever seen anybody like this?
Go ahead and give me a performance check for your description. I will give it to you with advantage because you had a really good line of sight on him. Blondtonian, 40s, light gray eyes. I mean, there's a lot of fellows that could be. I'll put that out as part of the feeler.
But you don't know anybody. It looked like he worked at the docks, kind of barely dude, but was light on his feet.
Man, Blondtonians. That's like saying short halflings. You know what I'm saying? I mean, listen,
we ain't short, all right? Y'all are just really freaking tall.
Your height challenged. I know how it is. That's okay. I've always appreciated it. Any Docry I've worked with have been outstanding at striking in exactly the right area to slow down Dodians. That's all I got to say. So, but anyhow, what I'll do is I'll have Dougal and Cat, specifically mention that and make a couple passes through for you. So, now, what sort of investment do you want to make in this reconnaissance?
I mean, I was hoping you would just know the guy.
I don't just know the guy. If I just knew the guy, I put the price to tell you about it right on the table. It's straight commerce for me. You know that. But I don't just know the guy. I'm going to have to send folks out to try and find the guy, and that's an opportunity cost for me. So if you're going to want, how much of investment do you want to make in this reconnaissance? It's a straightforward question, Penny. You know the trade.
All right, here's 50 gold. You tell me what you can find. If it ain't worth the money, I'll be talking to you again, though.
All right, here's the deal. I'm going to take this 50 gold. I'm going to put folks out for 5 days, all right? And this is straightforward how I'm going to end up doing this, all right? I'm going to put 2 of my agents out. I'm going to give them 3 gold each for that period of time, and I'm going to pocket the rest because, that's how brokers operate. That's a transaction, all right? If they don't find nothing, that money's gone. I had to pay them. All right. But what I'll do on my margin, all right, because my time's worth something, if we come up with nothing, I'll reimburse you half of what my take would be. Does that sound fair?
That sounds fair, but I'm just telling you, you better find something, buddy. I'm putting a lot of faith in you. I don't like nobody following me when I get back.
Hey, Penny, you and I've had a very lucrative relationship for a long time. I'm not going to be screwing you. If I can find something out for you, I will let you know, all right? People think there's no honor between people in our relationships, the people that do what we do, all right? There's plenty of honor in what we do. Because if I don't know I can trust you once we've engaged in the terms of a contract, how does anybody do business? I don't think people understand the sort of relationships we have to have with each other, all right? If I'm going to fuck you, you're going to know it's going to happen, and then it's going to be on because we backed each other up and supported each other for a long time, all right? And I'm not going to fuck you here. I'm going to do the best I can to find out the information. If I had no interest in helping you, I would have shot you as you were coming through the window and called for the guard. You might have been able to whack me. You probably couldn't have whacked Mary, but you probably could have whacked me. All right? But at the same time, they would be down on your head and they'd know you. That ain't how I'm about. Penny's one of my people. I'm one of Penny's people. And we're going to do commerce. All right?
I'm just saying, when you do your commerce, you better make sure you put some good people on this job, all right?
Jesus Christ, I'm sending Dougal and Kat. Who the fuck else can I send? And Dougal and Kat are good people. I mean, you know both of them, all right?
I just don't like people getting in my business, especially when I'm back in town and they know the exact time and date. You know what I mean?
Listen, you got somebody eyeballing you, all right? Didn't you fucking tell me you got jumped when you went out to see Jericho?
Yeah.
All right.
That's why I want to know who the fuck this guy is, man.
So, well, this ain't easy to find. They're good at what they're fucking doing, all right? But I'm going to do everything I can to help you out, all right? That's the way I'm going to operate here. Listen,
All right.
listen, you know this is true. You're the cry. Fear kills your mind. Fear is the mind killer. Don't let this fucking people get inside of your head, all right? Stay frosty.
I ain't scared, man. I'm telling you, I'm going to find this person. I'm going to make sure they don't fuck with me again. I'm just letting you know.
Penny, you're one of the scariest little bitches I ever seen. I believe you when you say that. All right? I'm going to do everything I can to back you up. All right?
All right. I got a long night. I don't got more time to talk. I got more houses to check and things to do. But
What do you
anything
want me?
you find in?
You going to come to me for the information, or do you want me to somebody come leave a message for you someplace? Tell me.
I'll find you.
Roger that. All right, Penny. Hey, Penny. Be fucking safe out there, all right? I kind of like you, even though you're a pain in the ass that breaks into my house at fucking 3 in the morning.
I didn't break into nothing. You opened the door for me.
That's what I love about you, Penny. Be good.
All right, I'll leave. And I'm going to go check out that inn next, but if you want to get back to them.
All right. We'll do the inn really quickly. So you roll into the inn, all right? And I don't have a floor plan for this one yet. All right. Hang on. Let me look at my notes here. All right. Barkeep's name is Seth. Dark-skinned guy with a really thick, heavy accent. You don't see a lot of dark-skinned people in Blackmoor, but he's from the way southern part of the Thonian Empire, along the southwestern coast. So, yes. How can I help you, little guy? Eh? I see you here before, maybe? Huh? Yeah, I think I might see you here before. How can I help you?
Yeah, hopefully you don't be seeing me at any point in time. All right, buddy?
I've never seen you ever. Never seen you ever. Nope.
Yeah, see, now you sound like a respectable barkeep.
That's all. Very good. How can I help you, eh?
So I need to know. I was talking about this. You seen this guy? I'm going to describe this guy to you, and I need to know if you've seen him, because he ain't me, all right?
Give me a performance check with advantage. Oh, so yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Let's see. Oh, would you like a drink?
Yeah. Is it the usual fee for a drink? And I'll slide him 5 gold.
He's like, oh, yeah, it's very good. And he hands you a glass of water, scoops up 5 gold. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. Gray eyes, chin strap for a beard, early 40s, scar on his eyebrow, maybe, yes? And when you're thinking about it, yeah, he did have a scar, you think, on his eyebrow. Yeah, I have seen him here not often, every once in a while. His name... Aragon, I think?
Aragon?
Aragon, yeah. So, yeah, his name be Aragon. He works at a dockhand also, if somebody needs their heads busted, he's the sort of guy who can do that also.
You know where this Aragon, where he stays at?
No. Comes in, has drinks every once in a while. I see him in here once a week, once every 2 weeks.
Who's he drink with?
There is a short dark-eyed man he will drink with sometimes. Video maybe, yeah. And then there is you need to come in here later on sunset, and you need to ask for Agatha. She is a lady of entertainment. Agatha will know more about him.
Agatha. Where's she stay at?
Wherever she can.
Okay, that's not real useful information there, but
Well, listen, she used to be at Percy's brothel, but she's no longer at Percy's brothel. They had a falling out, I guess you would say. So Agatha now does what work she can, where she can, and I do not think her housing is consistently stable. But I have seen Agatha with them both times, last 2 times they were in.
okay. Anybody here they use Agatha's services that might know where she's at right now?
He points over to 2 sailors who are sitting at a table, and they are shit-faced. Those 2 gentlemen did this evening, I believe.
All right, I appreciate your time and energy, sir.
Eh. All right. You got 2 guys sitting at a table hammered. What do you do?
Hey, you, whatever you ask. I'm looking for this Agatha lady. Somebody told me you may know her, know about her.
What? Hey, I can't see anything. Oh, look. It's small. I overlooked it.
Listen, I don't want to have to cut your dick off in front of your friend here, so I suggest you start telling me things real quick, all right?
That qualifies as an intimidation check. Would you please make that roll?
Sure. I'm going to burn inspiration on that, too.
I can't say as I blame you.
Why did that go out with advantage? That's weird.
Roll again, please. Wow, just look what you achieved.
Nice.
The 2 of them start laughing their asses off, all right? They are amused, and one of them says, "Ha ha! Oh, look, somebody fucking carved your face up, and you're going to do shit to us?" Laughing their asses off.
Are they armed? I'm assuming they are. Probably like...
Yeah, they've got daggers at least. One of them has what he probably can use as a club, all right? Seth is paying attention to it, all right? He goes, "Hey, what is going on there? Be calm, gentlemen. No, ladies, no fighting in my bar. No fighting."
You know what? You gentlemen are right. I'm going to rub both their shoulders like real quick to try and alleviate the tension. Mm-hmm. You're right. That was my mistake. I shouldn't have insulted you. And here, I'll give you this tab.
Hey! What are you trying? Well, hang on. I gotta No, that's well under their passives. Hey, he tried to steal from me! I'm gonna beat the... I can't believe I'm about to have you make an initiative roll.
I like it.
Alright. I have to stat this. Give me a second.
And someone was complaining about not fighting multiple people at once in a combat. Karma!
P.
The bar has 40 patrons, right, Tad? Patron number 1 through 40.
I'm also looking forward to and Penny dies, and it turns out that she died all by herself. Like, no one else caused her death except her.
All by myself. Don't want to die. All by myself.
Your friends love
anymore.
You. I especially like the compassion that you guys show for each other. It's one of the things that makes my life better as your DM, I do have to say.
We don't believe in walls between this team, not even fourth walls.
All right, give me a second here.
Now all we need is for Matt, out of character, to misclick on something in Fantasy Grounds, and my week will be complete.
Yeah. Who's looking dumb now? All I did was touch the life-draining crystal.
Still UP. You're still looking dumb.
The Penny's like crawling out, like stabbed. What about my legs?
The difference between this situation and your situation, P, is mine is caused entirely by chance and poor dice rolls. Yours is just caused by poor decision making.
Mine was poor dice rolls. I tried to parkour my way past that thing and rolled a 1.
Rein it in, folks. All right.
And when I do my stupid shit, I make sure other party members are there, just in case it goes. That way they can carry word of my achievements back to whoever shows up next in the party and be like, don't do that. Yeah, achievements.
All right, that map won't work. That map could work. All right, I'm going to shrink it a bit, obviously. All right. All right, Penny, how we're going to handle this in terms of how the room is laid out is this area over there is like a kitchen, and we're going to assume that this wall right here.
I'm still gray screen. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah, we're going to assume that wall right there is a low counter. All right, so. And we have Drunken Sailor number 1. And Drunken Sailor number 2. And I need a NPC quickly for stealth.
What shall we do with the Drunken Sailor?
Early in the morning. All right, and our player base gets to see Ted pull stuff out of his butt quickly. All right.
Is that interface error there, Jenna?
I know better than to judge the GM, do you?
No, I'm saying your attack roll that you just made.
That was me hoping for the Drunken Sailors. It was like a sympathetic sacrifice in their name.
All right.
They're drunken sailor masters.
Yes. Because apparently PJ is spouting on Twitch that this is all my fault somehow. Still,
Seth
telling
is actually not a bugbear, but hey,
Jenna Bank has hired these people, Penny. That's why she was timing all your movements and trying to make sure she knew where you would be.
I believe that, actually.
What kind of person follows a person in that much detail? Psychopaths?
Yeah.
People planning to kill other people. They watch your movements. They got to know them when they jump you.
all right. So I think we are ready to begin this this encounter.
I wonder what they're going to have in the news tomorrow when we're eating breakfast. 3 dickless sailors appeared in a bar.
Okay, Penny has rolled initiative already.
I have not. That's from the last comment.
All right, go ahead and roll. Now, both the sailors, for reference for you, are clearly poisoned.
Okay.
All right, because they are drunk as sin. Okay. And intoxicated. Both of them are clearly intoxicated, which is about the same thing. All right, and I'm going to roll for my NPCs. Okay. Penny, 2 of them stand up absolutely drunk, all right? Doesn't look like they're going for weapons, all right? They're balling up their fists. Looks like they're thinking this is going to be, punching, okay? So they stand right up. Penny, you have the drop on them.
Okay.
Before we do any movement, Tad, you want to move the map over so they can see it?
Oh, all right.
Dad, would it be possible in their drunken state to draw the thing he's got that could be used as a club?
Oh, grab it and snatch it off of him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll give you that with a sleight of hand.
That's going to be rolls and stuff. Nah, I'll just do this. That's fine. So I'm going to... Oh, man, I really don't want to draw a steal on them because then they're going to get pissed. All right, so the first one that's in front of me, I will grab the mug in front of him and bash him over the head with it.
All right, go ahead.
I'm guessing that's just going to be like an improvised weapon, like a club.
Very good, yes.
Okay, let me add a club to my sheet real quick. So I can do this.
And I'm also going to...
Boom, it's a D4. It's going to be great.
You're going to what, Ted?
I was going to say subdual damage, but then I had 3.5, 5e.
Yeah, 3-5.
Conflict.
Yeah, if I do like kill one of them, I will attempt to make it not death.
Got it.
So they haven't acted yet.
All right, so you grab it and bang.
Oh, they have a shit ton of hit points.
So
All right. And then where is this thing? Dread ambush for my second attack. Oh, and that misses. They're armored.
no, I just think that you're using a
Interesting.
yeah. You just rolled an 11 total, man.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
God damn it! I said no fighting.
And then I'll back up after I smash this guy in his face and see if they take any swings.
Seth gets between the two. Between the two of you, and he points a finger at you and a finger at you, and he goes, "Stop it, or I'm going to beat both your asses."
I hold my hands up because I already dropped the mug.
All right. He's not as intimidating as he could be. It's because he's so flabbergasted, I think, in this situation. So the other guy doesn't seem to be intimidated. But you put your hands up. All right. You freaking hit me! And he comes whipping around the corner. And it's going to say scimitar here, but it's not a scimitar. And he haymakers over top of you. All right. And his buddy's like, get him! He can't put up with the cry. Some bitch gotta. I say, get him! They are both absolutely shit-faced and cannot hit to save their ass. Penny, what are you going to do?
I'll take the dodge action and see what... actually, I think they're already screwed up, so that's not going to help me at all. I'll take the disengage action and move to here.
All right, so you
You
go...
boys...
Go
You
ahead.
boys done trying to play with yourself already? Or you're going to actually try and hit somebody?
Seth tries to grab hold of both of them and smash them together. All right. Which is basically just 2 attacks. Oh, wow, that was pretty. So he knocks their head together, and they both take 5 points of damage. And he says again, "You boys, stop this!" And he's shaking them, all right? He's just like, "Stop it!" And they both are like, all right. Sorry, Seth, we're sorry. And Seth looks at you and you goes, "You lost your privileges in my bar. Get the fuck out!"
All right, thank you, Seth. I already got everything I needed to know.
All right, you leaving?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm going to wait outside for the guys to leave, though. Does it look like they're presiding there or no?
No, this is a tavern.
Okay. I'll wait outside for them to leave.
All right. They come staggering out about 2 hours later, so we're coming up on sunrise pretty quick.
Okay.
And they are completely fucking hammered. Barely can walk. All right. What do you do?
I'm just waiting for them to get back to their residence.
Okay. They go out of the bar, down the street, up into this big old nasty flop house kind of hotel, go in through the front door. And you're familiar with this. You've stayed in places like this. You might even have stayed in this place. Tell you what, go ahead and give me a...
Charging battery.
Go ahead and roll a D20. Just drop one. You haven't stayed in this particular flop house before, but you're very much familiar with this sort of place.
Okay. I'll wait to see which rooms it looks like they move into.
You're staying outside?
Yeah.
All right. Investigation or perception, your choice.
I'll do perception.
Charging battery.
Yeah, you have no clue. No clue. Must be some sort of interior, or they went into a room on the other side of the building as you were circling, trying to identify it.
Does it look like anybody's at the entrance, like checking the flop house or anything like that?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, I'll move in then.
Okay. The door, hang on, let me check something here. Okay, they forgot to lock the door behind him, too.
Okay.
Give me a perception check when you get to the base of the stair, when you get in there. You hear two people laughing at the top of the stairs, up in the hallway.
Okay, I will wait. I'm assuming it's relatively dim lit in here since it's still early morning, late night.
Yeah, there's a candle here, all right, and there's candle lantern up at the top, so there's some dim illumination between them. You can be in full light though. So
No, I would not want to be.
yeah, so you're gonna do that Gloomstalker thing and try and pull back away from the light, correct?
Correct, yeah.
All right, so you're able to do that and navigate that. I'll have you make a roll when it's appropriate to see if that's worked for you. All right, so you hear, and it sounds like the two of them, you're recognizing their voices, got to the top of the stairs, and one of them is thrown up, and the other one's laughing at him. And they bounce along the stairs, and they go up another set of stairs. You can hear them sort of clomp, 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 clomp. And then you hear them clomp, 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 clomp. One of them falls down. And then they're up the top floor, and go ahead and give me a perception check.
I did not want to take for some reason. There we go. No.
All right. You hear them. You can't really tell what they're doing up there, but they're probably up on the third or fourth floor.
Okay, I'll move up there.
All right. What the heck? Okay. All right. You go hiking up the stairs, and and you're pretty quiet about it. You're really worried about the second floor that there's a lot of illumination there, and that catches you. But when you get to the top, one of the reasons you think they're fumbling so hard is all the candles are out. So they're hanging out there, up there in the dark, trying to get into their room, completely shit-faced.
Okay. But I can see which room it is now?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. I will try and slip into the room if I can, past them.
Give me a stealth check.
Sure.
Oh, wow. Okay. They open the door goes swinging back. One of them goes staggering back and hits the wall on the other side, leans forward laughing. The one standing next to him lifts the door, points at his buddy, and is laughing. The door is wide open. You whip through the door, and where are you going to go when you're in the door? This is a flop house, all right? There is a chamber pot. There is a basin with some stagnant and nasty water in it. It's a little bit of dirty and scummy from where they cleaned up earlier. And there are two cots sitting there to the left and right. This room's about 5 by 5. It's a little tiny freaking room. Where do you go?
Okay, underneath the bed.
All right, so you just go underneath the bed. All right. Give me a Constitution save. No, I'm kidding. So, all right, so
Bed is a mimic. Oh.
Yep, right, exactly. You drop down underneath the bed, all right? Two of them come in absolutely shit-faced, flop down. They start talking about how badly they whooped that little Decry's ass and made her run away and showed her who was boss, and then they both pass out.
Okay. After they both pass out, I'll wake up the one that got his ass mildly beat with my hand over his mouth and my knife at his throat. Listen here. Shh, shh, shh. You may think that you're a professional, but I'm the fucking business. So if you scream right now, it'll be the last thing you fucking do in your life. You understand me? Not if you do.
Intimidation check with advantage.
Come on, Penny, roll 2 ones.
That's probably what's going to happen with my roll.
Put that -1 back in the tower.
2 murdered sailors found in their rooms.
You're pretty certain he just pissed himself.
Now, I just had a real simple fucking question for you, and you could have answered it and not had any of these problems. So you're going to tell me the answer to that question now, right? Just nod your head yes, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I need to know there's a girl who works Name's Agnetha, right? Agnetha?
Agatha, yeah.
Yeah. I need to know where she's at. Now you're going to speak and you're going to tell me that real quiet like, or else you're going to be in two very large pieces. You understand me?
I don't know where she lives, but she hangs out by the fountain by the swamp gate, and that's where she does her business.
Okay. Now, I believe you disrespected me earlier. That's correct?
I was totally disrespectful. I'm so sorry. I have nothing but respect
Okay,
for
that comes with a cost. So I'm going to take all your guys' belongings, your monies, before I leave, okay? And you're going to thank me for it that's all I'm taking, okay?
Thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. Now, you guys have a real good night. And remember, next time I see you again, you better show some proper fucking respect.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'll take their money and leave.
Give yourself, 8 silver pieces, 14 copper pieces. They're sailors who've been in town for about 3 days, and they've blown most of their cash.
Okay. I'll take my 8 silver and 14 copper.
All right. So, folks, it's coming up on 2 a.m., and you still haven't seen Penny.
It'd be hard to when we're sleeping.
True. So you guys just go to bed? All right, cool. So, Penny, what are you going to do? It's about sunrise.
I'll probably try and catch a couple hours of shut-eye so I can keep working in the day.
All right, where are you going to go?
I'm leaving instructions at the gate that at whatever time Penny rolls in to let him in.
All right. All right.
I don't know if it's safe to, because I don't know who they're necessarily tailing. I'm gonna go stay at the come back in tonight.
Okay.
Morning.
All right. So you go to the come back in and crash then, right?
Yeah.
All right. So it's morning. Delbert.
Yes. Sorry, I was praising puppies.
Puppy praising is important. So
Where's my puppy?
Paulina, who is the head cook, she really runs the household for your mom and dad. All right, she comes and wakes you up at about 5:30, and this is surrogate mom for you, okay? And she's like, Delbert, wake up. Your little friend hasn't shown up yet, and it's about sunrise, and I figured you'd want to know.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Tad,
I'll
you
be
never
up in
came
a
back to
moment.
me after 2.5 hours?
I'm sorry, what?
You never came back to me after 2.5 hours? I would have left and gone back to the comeback in. I would have slept after I went back to the comeback in, but I was not intending on sleeping at the Galen's.
Absolutely fair. Yeah, so for you it would have been about 3, I'm stalking these guys back to their room before I terrify them time.
See, that's what somebody who paid Hitman would do.
And
Gotta have an alibi.
Pauline also says, your friend Jenna Bink left, and Jenna, would you have told them you're going to the comeback in? Because they would have asked you when you were leaving.
Yes.
All right, so they tell you, and Jenna Bink went to the comeback in. Would you have accepted a ride to the comeback in? Because they would have been more than willing to take you by carriage.
Yeah, I would have.
All right. She
Witnesses?
said, Matthias and Caleb took her to the comeback in and dropped her off.
Okay.
Timeline is established. Well done. Well done.
And what of Idris?
He's sleeping like a baby, I believe. So, and he has ordered a full spa treatment this morning.
Okay.
So,
Very well.
Earl Grey, sir.
Yes, please.
All right, very good. Porridge with butter and cinnamon, sir.
Perfect. Thank you.
Very good, sir. And she's gone. All right. And I think it's about time for a bio break. We've been playing for about 2 hours, so I'm going to suggest we all take a little bit of time here. Those of you out there watching the stream, thank you so much for joining us for Blackmoor. We will be back in about 10 minutes, and see you soon.
Oh, you know me. I'm here. I need some sleep, and then I need y'all to wake me up in a couple hours with some coffee. Okay, well, if she comes down, tell her I ain't dead.
No, I actually am going to get up and look for Delbert since I know he gets up early. Or gets woken up early.
Do some morning yoga.
Whatever time they tell, I would have asked them last night, whenever you wake them up, wake me up. I have some questions for him. I'll head down first and ask Delbert what I need to ask him, and then I'll head over to the rooming. Excellent. What is she reading? I ask her if she can explain it to me. Well, you can do that without magic. But when you do, it kind of is. Well, I mean, if your friend was going to jump off the walls of Blackmoor to their death, would it not require you to sway them and keep them from jumping off the walls? Wrong. Wrong. That's how you get sent to re-education in this country. Magic used on anybody will get you locked up. The correct answer is never. You use it in defense of the nation when you are given the opportunity and the authorization to use such powers. But only then, and never in these other situations. I'm right there with you, little one.
It doesn't get better.
You get to drink at least water. As I'm drinking like a mimosa. You see, it's clearly orange juice. Nothing here, nothing else.
Penny didn't come last night. I don't know that I'm worried, but I'm a little worried. I mean, I don't know what his habits are here in town.
Habit.
Yeah, I was just stunned. Did she transition?
But he is a her. She is a person of the night.
Yeah, she's a creature of the night. You know, she doesn't have the will to try and fight. You know, I guess you'll just have to wait and see tomorrow. You know, if that night will ever come. Just slide that one in there. I wouldn't worry about her.
Well,
she's tough. I mean, and if she turned up dead, we'd hear about it. You know, when people be talking about how they took her out.
A person of the night, not in the prostitute sense. No.
Oh, I wasn't talking about that. No.
More in the cat burglary.
But if she was taken out by a prostitute, I would talk about that shit every day. See, you're learning about responsibility already. Like a fox. Yeah, I wouldn't worry about Betty. I mean, she's either dead or alive. It'll sort itself out. It's 50-50. We'll be okay. At least you still got your silverware. She's got her special silverware.
Yes. I am going to wake up. I am going to collect myself. I am going to get ready for the day. I am going to go downstairs and have breakfast. Oh, that's excellent. So, did she pay you to lie, or is that actually the truth? Um, Okay, that's fair. But if I can get a normal breakfast, I need to go do some shopping today. What time did Penny come in? Okay, so like an hour ago. Okay, so help me out here. So socially, it would probably be a bad idea for me to wake her. Okay, well then maybe I'll just wait around and see if she wants to go shopping with me. She always can get good prices.
Oh, I needed to ask Delbert a question before I went to get all that stuff done. I wanted to ask him if it was possible if you could the conversation we had yesterday with Jenna Banks' parents, if you could write down the high points of that for me so I can get a better grasp on that.
Okay, sure. I can write stuff down for you.
Cool.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
I guess we know Penny. I mean, not Penny. We know Jenna Bank went to with the come back in, right? So usually they come over here whenever they're ready. I mean, I didn't have much to do, so unless Delbert's got something.
Yeah.
Oh my. How many hours of sleep will I need to not get a level 58?
Let's go back in the dungeon.
True.
I'll sleep till 10. That's fine. Most of the stuff I need to take care of tonight is it's gonna have to be done at night anyways. Yeah, Sonny, did you ever send that message for me like I asked? I would send it to you in a whisper. Oh, thank you. You're the best. You're Peach. Yeah, wake me up in like a couple hours.
Okay.
Mic on.
No. Yep, now you're coming through.
So I would, so the shopping that I need to do is magical weapons at the university and a good blacksmith. So what I'm trying to determine is, does it make more sense for me to go shopping, or does it make more before or after going to the Galen household? Because Jenna Bink would go based on location, not based on, I'm going to go see my friends first. Okay. So it's still too early for the slow, lazy people. Gotcha. So in that case, I will go to the Galen household and pick them up and see what they want to do. Right. Good morning, people. Does anyone want to go shopping with me?
Sure.
Shopping's always fun.
I was kind of hoping Penny would show up.
Oh, Penny is sleeping in this fucking morning.
Okay, perfect. Where would you like to go shopping today?
Well, I have need to petition for magical weapons, possibly. I also need to go to a blacksmith, and probably I would imagine y'all would want to accompany me to see go see the first sword about the artifacts that we have.
Yes, let's do that.
So if you all, if everything is acceptable, then we can go to the blacksmith first. They are some of the more industrious people and actually wake up at a reasonable hour.
Wow, she calls you wizard lazy. Between the lines.
And Penny, too.
And Penny, too.
There's not a word for Penny at this point in Jenna Banks' vocabulary, which is kind of astonishing.
Wow. Besides fantastic and a wonderful person.
Slacker.
So I guess, Tad, you're heading to the blacksmith first. I need to pick up a set of smith's tools.
Ne'er do well.
A charisma check with advantage.
Boom! A -1 is still a -1.
Is it persuasion or just charisma? Do I know a guy? No.
Oh yeah, you did cut out again. Tad is experimenting with the tower, putting his mic in the tower right now. So, besides hiding his rolls, He's hiding what he's telling us.
Maybe it's a user interface issue.
That doesn't happen with Tad. There's only certain people that happens with on this group.
Oh, clearly.
Yeah, this isn't a Fantasy Grounds issue.
Yeah.
Quick, now's your chance to level up.
Right? Quick before he can say no.
We take your silence as acceptance.
Yeah, he totally said, we heard him say yes in Zoom. I don't know why he's going back on that.
I dropped that one often. Silence is acceptance.
All right, folks, let's see how that goes.
30 seconds later, we'll know.
Yeah, there's part of that. Looks like, I'm seeing output on the...
There you go.
Yeah, I'm seeing output right now. So that's what's tough. Normally I wouldn't see output on the mic. But I'm seeing output on the mic right now. All right. How is that? Folks hear me? Outstanding. All right, here we go. Yeah, I upgraded some software, and I've been able to stream Fallout 4 all week without any issues. But I think there might be a conflict going on right now between Zoom and Streamlabs. It's fucking with my mic. But anyhow, I think we're good now.
Fallout from it.
Oh, Fallout from Fallout points. All right, so you know a guy. So
I know a guy.
You know a guy. You just made a roll successfully to know a guy. And there's, that big warehouse place that I told you about that the gnomes all have shops in and stuff. Actually know a gnomish blacksmith who does things like prep bar smock, prep re-rod, does all that sort of stuff, right? And he's a supplier, and he does a lot of the work himself. So a gnome who actually could help you out here.
Fantastic. So I will head there with Delbert and Idris in tow. So
it doesn't take you long. It's about 20 minutes, just near your family's house. So it's about 20 minutes to get there.
Oh yes, it's a pleasure to see you, Jetbank. How may I be of assistance?
So I have this is my friend Catapult. Oh, and that's Idris and Delbert. But this is Catapult, and I'm discovering that in order to properly maintain Catapult, while I have been very effective at taking my Tinkerer's tools and substituting them where necessary for Smith's tools, I believe that it would be in my best interest to acquire a good set of Smith's tools, and I was hoping you could help me with that.
Oh, absolutely. I can very much help you with that. Come with me.
And so he shows you, little bellows, a little small anvil, a little shaped working anvil, right? Something small, hammers, a set of tongs. He shows you all the different things that he would recommend. A little portable brazier, right? So you can't do major repairs, but with what he's showing you, you could do things like patch armor, make horseshoes, real basic things like that. You're not going to be able to forge or craft anything major, but you can use it for small tasks. So, and because you are another gnome, all right, go ahead and make advantage on your persuasion check. All right, so we'll give them to you at cost.
Cool. That's excellent. This will be very advantageous to my future and may actually help me with my infusions of things as well. Speaking of which, I was wondering, are you licensed by the Cabal to create magical weapons, or do you know who might downstream from your manufacturer create them?
No, I don't think any of us have chosen to pursue that sort of license. I don't think. I know an alchemist who is gnomish, who is a member of the Cabal, but none of us have chosen that And thinking about it, your parents haven't, and it's within your parents' capacity to make some items too. You know that there's been a couple times when they've been brought into research for a specific item to make it, but they haven't made them independently. Just because it's such a pain in the ass. The Cabal is so deeply in your shit once you open yourself up to that a lot of people just are like, not worth it.
So, out of character, could I do it, and how long would it take me?
You?
Yeah.
The infusions that you're doing that are temporary and personal are sort of a gray area that would get you around it. Making permanent magic items, you're not high enough level to do yet. That you can hand to somebody else. And Delbert could probably help you through that process, but it's really invasive, the process.
Gotcha.
You have to sacrifice a sorcerer to do it.
Like getting a 504c3 license to be a political super PAC, and then once you have that, they're going to check all your finances.
I could sacrifice a rat? I might be able to find a rat that I could sacrifice.
Or a cat.
A sorcerer.
And Quickfoot immediately says to Delbert, "You going to let us get away with that shit?" She's racial profiling again. I don't like. You can't hear it. Out here, all he can do is telepathically talk to Delbert.
I didn't know if she was talking about the rat or Penny. That was pretty messed up after what she did last night.
Quickfoot takes offense to your jab and would like to relay to you that.
Well, considering that, I would argue that all of that happened out of character, considering the fact that Penny isn't even here to have made the sorcerer suggestion.
Fair point.
I would not have rolled with that if that was actually a conversation that had happened.
That was an NPC in the shop who heard it, was like, yeah, once they got to the part where I had to sacrifice the sorcerer, I was like, I'm out, guys.
Probably a young sorcerer of noble blood.
I think
he's going hard.
Okay, do you, clearly none of us had it, but do you know anyone that does, or is that going to be, I'm going to have to ask some other people?
You can make a straight persuasion check.
I will attempt to do that. What's the worst that happens? I roll a 1.
I don't think you have enough. Yeah. He says, anyone wishing to purchase magic items of any sort should go to the Wizards Cabal and petition, or in Blackmoor, go to Blackmoor University, speak directly to Fletcher and people in his office, and secure permission to purchase them there.
That's like magical law number 2 right here in the pocket Blackmoor Constitution book.
Well, arcane science is tangential to that kind of thing, so I have not had to read up on the rules on that yet, but I'm happy to be educated on them. But since Fletcher is kind of a friend of ours at this point, right? That's how friends work. Maybe he'll help me out with that. So we can do that later. So do we need to go see Fletcher for anything else? Was there? Oh, you wanted to do research. Didn't one of you want to do research?
Yes. We need to do some research on
finger bones.
Our predecessors.
Yeah, and the symbols.
Yes.
So, do you want to do that now, or what time is it, Tad? At this point in game?
About the time that Penny's going to be waking up.
We could go get Penny. We could also go see the first sword. I'm sure she would love to do that first thing in the morning.
Oh well, let's go see the first sword first.
Before or after we get Penny?
I believe he said first.
Okay.
We can grab Penny, I suppose, but I don't think Penny's going to want anything to do with sitting in a musty old library and watching us peruse volumes of text.
Well, it is true that many religious establishments like to gilt things in gold, and that may intrigue Penny.
Again, I feel like maybe not. That's probably not the best plan.
Oh, okay. That's fair enough. I imagine that they would prefer not to have the cost impact of Penny's presence. So, yes, let's go see the first sword.
You're
This is Etu Brutus.
We're going to grab Penny first.
okay.
Oh, wait.
Oh, wow. Look at that circular leadership.
Yeah, I'm so confused.
No, I'm just saying we're not going to go to. We're not going to drag Penny to the library, but we are going to drag Penny to go see a man about a horse.
Now
That's
I'm
what I was
confused.
trying to convey.
I think he's going to take you to the Wizard's Cabal and sacrifice you.
And,
I think this is how we make
besides, I imagine that most of the conversations between Delbert and Genevieve are pretty circular.
That's funny. All right.
Who's on first?
Okay, so you go to the comeback inn, all right, and you pick up Penny, right?
Mhm.
And then you head to the Temple of Saquin, all right. Let's see. Comeback inn is. I'm going to pop the map. I'm going to push the map back out to everybody. All right. Comeback inn is right here. Whoops. Is right here. That's the comeback inn. There we go. And that's the Temple of Odir right there. And that is the Temple of Saquin. All right, so you guys, and it's past Galen Manor, which is right there on your way up. All right, Galen Manor is right on that main street there, the Kingsway. All right, so you make your way to Temple of Saquin.
My sister's not here, right?
No, your sister's not. She's actually in Vestfold normally, but she was in town and she came to visit you, and she's a paladin of Saquin.
Gotcha.
So,
Well, at the very least, if nothing comes of it, we could definitely get in some dueling practice here. Delbert, I know you're getting pretty shanky McShank with that dagger. You can get some pointers here. Get it? Pointers?
So it is of note that Delbert is a wizard and a Hythonian, has absolutely no problem with stepping up in the front line and going toe to toe with stuff. It's kind of
We're trying to upgrade him to rapier wit instead of dagger wit.
Well, I mean, as a wizard of the Cabal, it would not be out of line for me to carry a sword.
No, it would not be. Whether you sucked at it would be something totally different.
It's more for the showmanship of it.
All right.
Someone's got a little arcane warrior envy. I can hear it coming through when he was picking up branch of service to go into. He's like, wait, they get the swords?
All right. So you are at the Temple of Saquin now. The Temple of Saquin is not quite a ziggurat, but it's interesting shape. You've got a large first floor, and you guys know on the inside that there is the center floor, which is down below all the seats and the pews, and that is got an altar in the center of it. But it's also got an open space where people do drill. And sometimes the services involve formalized, ritualized dance. And everybody's familiar with martial arts, right? So you've seen people execute katas or forms. So a lot of times during Saquin's rituals and rites, the priests and priestesses and the paladins will execute forms as part of the rite. And those parishioners who are able to execute the form with them may be invited down to do so or not do so. So it's very much swordplay, dueling, combat as ritual, and also as a sacrifice you make to protect the weak. Because the core of Saquin's priesthood, the core of their liturgy, is you've been given the gift of your art. Your art is violence. You never use violence to do anything other than to protect people who aren't capable of the same skills. You are the sword that guards the land. You're the sword that guards the people. And the first sword's name is Eliza. And probably Delbert and definitely Idris, because his sister is a member of the Temple of Sakwan is a paladin have met her. All right, so you come to the doors. The doors of the Temple of Sakwan are always open. There are 2 priests standing on either side. Both the priests are carrying swords. One's got a double-handed sword. One's got a long sword. They nod to you as you come through. They're obviously acolytes. They're, young men in this case. And you step out into the pews, and there's stairs leading down to the main floor. All right, which has an altar in the center, and it's kind of set up like a Greek theater. There are places to sit all around the center space, and there are spiral staircases that go up to a floor that's above, and you know that there are 3 more floors above. That's just sort of common knowledge. Most people don't go up on the 3 floors above, but the main primary floor on the bottom floor is devoted to worship space. So, you guys are there. What would you like to do?
I will, because I am not familiar with the Church of Sakwan, and no one has given me any instruction prior to us arriving. I will approach the first priest that I see before we, really even get into the building. Hi, I need to talk to the first sword.
Make a perception check.
I don't know if I can get to my sheet.
There is a marble stand with a bowl, and the bowl is just you come to the doors, the stairs are going down, and right in front of you there is a marble stand with a bowl, and then there's behind it there's a little bowl with water on it. All right, and the first bowl has pieces of silver, some copper, a few gold coins resting in it. All right, and then thrown in along the lift it says, give so our might can be passed to the weak. And then behind it there's a bowl of water, but it's got a slightish red tinge, and it says partake of the goddess. Now make a religion check real quickly. They do something with the water. You're not certain what, but clearly there's a bowl where you're supposed to make donations.
Okay, I will throw a gold into the bowl of donations.
All right. Idris, you know that water you're supposed to take and run like this and put a little bit of it on your tongue. All right. It's holy water for Sakwan, and it represents the blood that she shed in defense of the land. So.
Okay. Go through the motions, and I'll. Where is it? Here's my. Oh, I dropped it. I'll
so Jenna, go ahead.
Where is it? Oh, I don't have any more. Never mind. Yeah, I'll put a gold piece in there.
Penny, you're not quite certain the security that they have laid out here, but they got a bowl of cash sitting here and nobody's touching it. People are just throwing this shit in here.
Did they get me? I thought they were waiting till after they were done.
Oh no, they got you. Didn't you go get him, Delbert?
Yeah.
Remember, circular.
Yeah,
circular.
Oh.
No, we can retcon to walk up there if you want to share anything with people. I'm fine with that.
Well, I don't even know if I would have. I got things I gotta do today.
All right.
And all
But
of a
yeah,
sudden,
I guess I'll come with you guys. It could be a good place to case.
And go by ourselves.
I just didn't even think you guys had come and got me. I thought that was the final decision.
yeah, we had a final decision, and then we spun around and
Yeah, that was PJ's circular leadership comment.
yeah.
Okay.
So, Jenabink, you see Idris drop a gold coin like you did, and you also see Idris do the thing with the water and into his mouth. Do you do the same thing?
Yes, because this is a anthropological study, so absolutely, I will try to mimic the locals.
All right, Delbert, I'm assuming, are you going to make a donation and do the same thing?
Yeah, I'll grease the wheel.
All right, Penny.
Yeah, I'll walk up and grease the wheel as well. I'm gonna put a copper piece in, Tad. And then, as I'm putting the copper piece in, I may pull out a shinier gold piece that was in there.
Would you make a sleight of hand check, please?
I shall. Where is this? Here it is.
Come on, passive perception.
Alright.
And I'll give you one of these because I never use them.
Outstanding. Nobody sees you do it, but now give me a wisdom save.
A wisdom save.
That's what you normally do when you're about to be cursed.
You have just stolen from a deity.
Can I use inspiration on that?
You may.
All right, I'll roll again.
And you made a check, not a save.
Oh, it's the same thing. I'm not proficient, so.
Oh, okay. So.
I will use a hero point as well because I'm just not sure what's going on here.
All right, very good. You feel this burning sensation all over your sin. All right, and then you hear whisper in your ear, "Little one, I will let you pass this time. Steal from me again, and I will string your intestines down the length of the city streets. Are we clear?"
Did she piss herself?
Yeah, something about intestines. Now, the important question, Tad. I got the gold piece, though, right? I can add that?
Oh, yeah. You've gotten the gold piece, and you made your saving throw versus the curse with a 22 with your saving throw. So you did not have a curse inflicted upon you, and you got the gold piece out, and nobody saw it. All right, so you got it in your hand, you left a copper piece behind, and you felt the presence of the god upon you. And you are absolutely certain if you try this shit again, the consequences are going to be dire.
But I got the gold piece. I just want to reiterate back to that point.
Yes. If you would like to note on your character sheet, Jack the Gold Kind from the Temple of Saquin and resisted her curse, I would totally understand that as decry street cred.
No. It's not that I stole from the Temple of Saquin. I stole from Saquin herself.
That's
man.
100%
That avatar
And-
manifest.
She noticed.
And
she noticed.
None of you saw it. None of you saw it. No idea what
Because
happened.
none of us rolled.
Huh? Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check. Alright, Idris didn't see it.
Yep.
Jenny didn't see it.
How can Penny not see this as an investment opportunity to just come to church every day now?
Dope.
Very
Solving
well.
curses every day is tough.
Charging
Delbert.
battery.
You know, you saw Penny's hand. She did something when she went into the bowl, but clearly she must have used a hero point and beat your roll because nobody's stupid enough to try and steal from the donation ditch of the Temple of Saquin.
Yeah,
They have assassins and duelists.
I did the coin rolling thing where I rolled the coin in and then rolled it back out underneath the palm. You know, nice little palming technique.
All right, as you guys make your donations and do all the things you do and head down into the temple, young man comes up to you and says, and he nods to Jenna Bink, and he nods to Delbert and Idris, and then sort of nods to Penny, and he goes, "How may I assist?"
We need to see the first sword, Eliza, because we have very important research developments for her.
We're here about a finger bone.
May I understand the nature of the research you need, and what fingerbone is this?
Of a holy person.
If you need healing, we can do that, but we don't need the first sword for that.
No.
No.
We need the first finger bone of a saint.
This is not about us, needing to do research. We have brought the fingerbone of St. Ambrose.
You have the fingerbone of St. Ambrose? We thought that lost in the dungeons. Oh my, please come with me. And he takes you down to the floor, back up a staircase, up a spiral staircase, up into a meeting room. All right. Gorgeous
Could have just
room.
pointed the way.
All right, guys, based on his reaction, as we're walking up the stairs, based on his reaction, I feel like this thing is definitely worth a lot of coins. So whatever the first offer is, don't go with that one, okay?
Which language are you speaking in?
Common, but I would be doing it behind him going up the stairs.
All right. Um, all right. He takes you up there, brings you into the main room. All right, into a meeting room. Let you sit down, and they have a sunken table in the floor that you step down and sit down in on cushions, and the table's at chest level. You kind of have to sit cross-legged. And he says, "I will return," and he heads out. And within 10 minutes, this woman comes through, and she is regal. All right, she's mid-30s, physically fit, really attractive woman, and she's got a presence there. So when Idris has his game on, it's that same sort of presence. Just this, you're aware of the force of her personality and will. And she says, "I am Eliza, first sword of Saquin, blessed of her, first in her name. I've been told that you return an artifact to us. Please let me
Yes.
know."
We have the fingerbone of St. Ambrose as well as a significant amount of documentation and religious scrolls.
"I have introduced you and given you the gift of my identity. And who are you?"
Oh, I am Jenabink Placebo Birkenjocks, Physic Club. Of the Physic Clubs.
And she turns to Delbert and Idris and Chael and says in Chael, "Does this one speak for you?" Sir Galen and Sir Regan, very good.
She does.
And she goes, and she says back in Thonian to Penny, "And you are?"
Don't worry about who I am, but it's a pleasure to meet you.
I said, "And you are?"
Why you gotta be all formal with this stuff? Name's Penny.
Penny. And she comes and she sits down cross-legged, and she sets her hand on the table, and she goes, "Jenna Bink, well met. How may I assist?"
Oh, I'm not looking for assistance. I appreciate when the elements of research go to the proper subject matter experts, and in this case, I am informed from several individuals that I know that you are the subject matter expert.
That is idiosyncratic, an interesting way to describe my role. But I thank you, Jenna Bink. What do you have to share with me? I have heard that you have one of the artifacts of St. Ambrose. Is this correct?
But yes, and I go into my pack, I pull out the fingerbone in its cute little pewter case, and I also pull out the stack of papers that I pulled from the rectory.
And she reaches over and she opens the pewter case and she looks down in and she looks up and she goes,
Mic on.
"You have performed a service for the temple, and I must thank you. St. Ambrose," she closes it, "died fighting in the dungeons of Castle Blackmoor and reclaiming them from King Funk. And his sacrifices are well known amongst our worshippers. And did you find then the shrine to St. Ambrose? It was that was where he fell."
Yes, it was cracked in half, and there was a dark spirit living inside of it. It may need to be reconsecrated.
Is there any way that you can educate us on how that kind of ritual would be done?
Well, it's fundamentally a ceremony. I do not have, and none of my priests at this point have dispensation to go and enact that ceremony, but potentially really needs to be done by a worshiper of Saquin. It's not something that can be done by one of you.
This is where I'm going to be like, respectfully, would it be possible, and I'm going to name drop my sister, to get her to come with us, and she is a member of the order, well versed in fighting, it's a bit dangerous down there, to come with us and reconsecrate the temple if we were to get dispensation?
Oh, absolutely. That would be well within your sister's capabilities. She'd be well suited to that task, but that would have to be approved by the High Council, the Regency Council. King Uther himself helps make those decisions, and he might Uh,
We'll talk to William, see what we can do.
Fletcher
Get
may
that
agree with this.
reestablished.
So
Yep.
she goes, there was only one place this could come from, so it's clear to me now, based on our conversations, that you are responsible for and have been given permission to explore. I will not share this information beyond the four of you and the second sword. We will be the only people within this facility who have absolute knowledge of this. Very good?
Yes.
All right. Here, let me look at these papers. And she goes through it, and she goes, well, it's the contemplation. Some of this is day-to-day operational documentation. Some of it's very interesting contemplation on the divine, on Saccharin's role and the role of individuals. So this is good to have reclaimed. Some of these writings are important in terms of processing doctrine and understanding how at least the clergy within the dungeons thought about their role. So I thank you for returning both of these things. What I will do, what we will do, is you have given us this gift, and in some ways it is a gift of life because Ambrose comes back to us when his artifacts are returned. What we will offer to you is if should one of you fall, and you can return their body to us, we will ask Saccharin to give you the gift of life, and I will personally bring that person back to the land of the living if they should fall.
Out of character. Looks like there's more parkour in my future.
So, unless, of course, you've stolen from the goddess and then you're completely fucked.
Nobody.
She doesn't say that.
There.
She didn't say that. Penny, make a religion check? No, go ahead.
I just hope that if I do fall and Saccharin raises me, that I'm missing one gold piece at the end of it.
Penny's like, what happened to my shit? And Saccharin's like, that's how I play. All right.
I play the long game. They're like, you wanted to reincarnate, right? Boom. It's cheaper.
Well, I mean, I think that sounds acceptable because it's a very good long-term investment considering the dangers that we could potentially be under. And I would also ask that if we come upon more Sequinian, what is the proper Sequinian, Sequinist? I don't know. But anyway, if we come upon any more things of your goddess, or if we can drop them off, and you guys can maybe help us do research or divine things when we need them. Yeah?
If you should find more of the blessings of Saccharin, or touch upon the liturgy of Saccharin, or find artifacts of Saccharin, yes, please return them to us. So she says, I'm very, very, very familiar with the risks that you all take on a daily basis. Before you leave today, I will make certain that you have, each of you has a potion of healing too, specifically brewed here within the shrine. So everybody go ahead and drop a potion of healing on your character sheet.
Cool.
Nice.
I will give them 25 gold pieces on that end.
Oh, she thanks you for that. She says, I cannot thank you enough for returning this to us. This allows me to cast some things as rituals that I would normally have to cast as spells, and that is immensely powerful and benign for us. It lets me do more good here in the city.
We'll get on.
Yeah, we're real happy about the goodness you do in the city. Yeah, we appreciate.
Insight check from a priest. Penny, you weren't sincere, were you?
No.
All right. She looks at you, and she raises her eye, and she goes, And she just looks back at Jetta Bank, and she goes, thank you so much, dear. I appreciate all you've done, and House Galen's patronage has been important to us, and House Regan has sacrificed one of their children into the orders of Sakwan. And your sister gives freely and graciously of her might to defend the weak. She is exceptional among your family in that regard, although I have high hopes for you too, Idris.
Well, I'm still working on my musical career, so we'll see.
She
She may be the best of us.
And she says, and she picks up the finger bone. All right, tucks it in her purse. She picks up the papers, tucks them under her arm, stands fluidly. All right, just stands right up from a crouching position and says, "Blessings of the goddess upon you." Closes her eyes and prays briefly, and then turns and walks away. All right, and you guys will have advantage on your next saving throw. Everybody except Penny.
Nice.
Well, that went well, and there wasn't any bureaucracy involved. I don't understand what the Guardian's issue was. But anyway, should we go see Fletcher now?
Oh, sacrilegious! Oh my God, PJ, I would give you inspiration for that awesome torment down there in chat, but you're already maxed for the grid. I'm sorry, Jenna. Go ahead.
I was just saying we can go see Fletcher now.
We accept negative inspiration rates in this economic climate.
Yeah. So are you guys gonna go see Fletcher now?
Yeah.
Yes.
I gotta get someone else in that dungeon with me.
Penny, we're gonna go see Fletcher.
Alright, I gotta go talk to some people about some stuff, but I guess I'll meet up back. Where are you guys gonna go after that?
Let's meet back at the Comeback Inn.
Sounds great.
So how long do you guys travel together?
Oh,
Until it is
probably about a block, maybe.
So you break right off, Penny?
Yeah, where's the temple in relation to where I'm gonna be going to Reds, so.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so you travel with them until you would split off. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, until I gotta cut off.
All right, hang on a second. Let me figure this out.
Do you need any help, Penny? I mean, you know.
Nah, I think there's just somebody trying to kill us again.
Oh.
It just raises an eyebrow.
Us or you?
I think I had that place as Reds. I didn't pin it, but I think that's where Reds is. So it's along this main drag here, and you're going to here. So you probably split off here, Penny. And the quickest way for you guys to do it is to snake through here. I mean, that's the I've been here and I'm a student way to get there, right? Just to zip through some of these side passages. Do you do that or you take your time?
Ooh, was that for us or for Penny?
That's for you guys. Penny's the quickest way is just to stay on the main drag.
Oh yeah, we got places to go, people to fetch.
All right, so I've been a college student in this university. I know the Batcave entrance way, right?
Yep,
Absolutely.
Pain Cave Fun
All right.
Ride.
All right, very good.
Da-na-na-na-na.
All right. Where is Quickfoot traveling with you, Delbert?
I have been assuming that he's either on my shoulder or in the little scroll case that I had made for him.
Okay.
By the way, you haven't asked, but I have been assuming that Catapult is going everywhere with me.
Yeah, I have assumed that too.
Okay.
Yeah, and nobody really says anything. I mean, it's like, okay, you know, somebody who walks around with their dog in a purse, right? You know,
Mhm.
those folks, or somebody who goes around with a service dog. That's kind of how people are thinking about this. You're a gnome with a mechanical beast. Okay, that's not super common, but out of every 5,000 people you see, you're going to see one. So everybody in the city has seen this once or twice, right? And so they see
It's
you and
her.
they were, yeah.
It's her emotional support robot.
It absolutely is, and I actually do talk to my catapult. Like as we walk, I will talk to
Emotional
catapult.
support robot.
Absolutely. But I have to say these things, or else, half an hour, 2 sessions from now, when Tad says, "But you don't have the cat with you."
It's gonna be more like, no, you're not certified by like the Department of like Public Works to like have that kind of machinery in use on the streets, kind of thing. They're like, what?
I don't need a permit.
That's what everybody says when they get caught. I don't need a permit to film here. Blackmoor.
So we get to Fletcher's office. I'm hoping without incident.
No.
Oh,
No.
I love when people say no.
Damn it.
Oh, so Jenna's trying to throw a distraction off by having them attack us while she's with us. Well played. Take the heat off.
Yeah. Speaking. Oh, there it is. Okay, right. I was going to say. Speaking of which, you didn't put catapult on the map, but you did.
All right. Everybody, give me insight checks.
Is this before or after I split off, Dad?
Yeah, you split off, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Yep. See, I told you. This is how they set up the thing. Oh, can we get a long rest, Dad? Since we've been.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You
days,
guys
and
can
lot
get a
of
long
us-
rest. Sorry about that.
I mean, it would have been interesting to see Jenna Bink go into this fight at 30 wounds and not being able to move, but.
All right. You guys just go walking right past. All right, just go walking right past. And there's a couple dock workers. They're on either side on the corner. They're stacking stuff off. They got a cart next to them, and you guys go walking past. And I'm going to roll some initiative, and then I'm going to have them take a pot shot at you, and then we're going to go into our normal initiative rotation.
Did you say insight or just initiative?
Insight.
Okay.
Oh wow, bummer, man. You have no modifier, huh?
That's what happens when you're beautiful. You don't
All right.
need to know what's going on.
Go ahead and roll your initiatives, everybody.
But Penny.
But Penny.
Penny's already had her combats for the day.
Maybe Penny is just setting all of this up for herself. Maybe
No,
Penny's the bad
that
guy.
could be.
Conspiracies within
plant.
conspiracies.
She'll piss off a goddess. How do you know? I mean,
Could be a plant.
All right, so we have our initiatives rolled here. I'm going to move Catapult up to initiative 18, so Catapult is right behind Jetabank. Oops. I screwed up your hit points again. What are your hit points there? 27 or 28? Okay. What are Catapult's hit points, Jen? I fucked it up again.
I think it's 27.
All right. All right, that works. Penny doesn't get initiative here. And Idris and Quickfoot need initiative.
I already rolled. I rolled initiative first on mistake. Oh, I rolled a 17 on initiative.
All right, I'll drop it in. And Quickfoot goes right after Delbert, so I'll put that in for Delbert. Okay. So...
It's 21, actually.
All right. Delbert gets grazed by a heavy crossbow.
Boom.
And then Delbert gets hit again by a heavy crossbow. So he takes 6 points of damage total as 2 heavy crossbow bolts. One skids across the back of his thigh. The other one hits him in the top of the trapezius fairly hard. Leaves a substantial bruise, and he's starting to leak a little bit. Hang on, I gotta do something.
Oh, man. It's all part of his War Wizard training. They randomly ambush you on the streets. Because you're not allowed to cast. And they're like, what are you going to do now? Daggers.
That is the benefit of arcane science.
I don't know. You know, the magical law is very strict on saying, do not cast in front of the regular folk. And these look like the regular folks.
Arcane science. You can't stop the arcane science.
That's funny.
Have you heard of the Inquisition? They stop everything.
Do I get to kill things?
Arrows hit him, and I'm looking around for my buddy Inquisitor supposed to be shadowing me when I'm in like the city. I'm like, yo, where's he at, bro?
All right, so okay.
I can hear. See, you know what, Matt? I can hear more guys coming into the combat rotation.
All right, so
Sounds like you guys could use a penny right about now.
No way, man. We're going to threaten them and follow them back to their house and steal their money.
All right, Delbert, you look to your right, all right, and you see this magical beam come and strike Edris, and these small crowns start to spin around his head, and you see Edris sort of grit his teeth and shake off the effects of a crown of madness.
Oh, man. Could have had a lot of dead party members up in this biatch. We're 2 hours later, we're at the temple like, hey, can we take advantage of that deal?
Yeah, you made your saving throw. All right. Hold it. Yes, even for Cootness, you made that saving throw. Now we are at round 2, top of the order. Jenabink, give me a perception check. Okay, go. You're up.
All right, so I see 2 guys.
You see 3 guys.
I see 3 guys. All right. Did I see the 3rd guy cast?
Yes.
Okay. Arcane science is dangerous, and only those of us that are actually, cool should be actually using it.
Wow. That is some gnome privilege right there.
Yeah, man. Calm
isn't
down,
it-
Karen.
I'm gonna use a hero point on that.
Are you advanced? Hold it. You're using a heavy warhammer on a guy that far away from you. Are you moving?
Oh, I'm sorry. I am moving up. I'm sorry.
She totally threw it, Tad. Totally chucked it
You
at
threw
him.
it, yeah.
I apologize. That was...
I'd like to talk to the Inquisitor in charge here.
I do have light hammers on me, but... okay, I'm rolling my d6 for hero point. Come on, hero point. Does an 18 hit him?
It did right up until the point he cast shield.
Oh, he's a...
Boom!
Oof.
I am then going to use my bonus action to bring up catapult.
Gotcha. You already did.
Yeah, I already hero pointed. I can't hero point again to get even higher. It's not gonna...
Delbert was like, smooth.
And then catapult is gonna... Come on, catapult. Where'd you go? He is also going to try... Actually, No, I was told Catapult to go after one of the other guys, so he's going to go after
Jen, before
that guy.
before you make your next attack, you come
Yeah.
rolling up on this guy, and when he casts the shield spell, you know what a shield spell looks like when he casts it? His eyes
Yeah.
flash blue. Give me a wisdom save, a charisma save, or an intelligence save of your choice.
Do I get advantage because of the blessing?
Yes, you do.
All right, there we go.
See, I didn't
I'm-
need no blessing. You just got to not
Man.
be there.
Penny timed is right. I'm stuck with the two singing people. Oh no, it's you two that sing, not Delbert.
All right.
That's right.
This is not nearly as powerful as some of the effects you've had on you before, but you think you might not have been able to attack him if you'd missed this saving throw. But as it is, you're able to resist. You're able to resist the effect and make your attacks. For your bonus action, you called up.
I called up Catapult.
All right.
Yeah, Catapult's going to attack Dock Worker 16.
All right.
Oh, that's
Go
what
ahead.
I wanted to. That's what I wanted to do. Come on. Yay.
All right. So catapult.
I'm done.
Do you want to describe what catapult does, or do you want me to?
No, I'm happy to. So I come up with my Warhammer, try to hit this guy, bounce off the force shield, go, that's horrible. Catapult, he's a rat. And I point at Dock Worker 16. Catapult, comes up in its live motion like a freaking jaguar and just goes at him with both claws and does a good job of raking him.
Idris, you're up.
At the top of my lungs, I scream, somebody get some help! People are illegally casting spells! Get the Inquisition! Get the Wizards Cabal! It is going down here on the corner of Maple and Tharp! And I run up, draw my sword, don't cast any spells. I don't go to slice him, but I'm going to hit him with the side on all these attacks.
All right.
Not trying to kill him.
Because you guys are not trying to totally dust them off, I will assume anybody that goes into zero is you just got to stabilize them, okay?
Yeah,
You're trying to take prisoners. I'm good with that. All right.
Yeah.
All right, and so I just come up with the side of the blade, and I'm like, "Oh my gosh, magic users!"
Yeah, you catch him right up against the side of the head with the blade, and he knocks back, kind of staggered, drops his crossbow.
And to be clear, I did see the blue flash of eyes, yes?
Yes, you saw a blue flash of eyes.
Okay.
All right, Delbert, you're next.
All right.
Idris, give me a perception check. Delbert, give me a perception check. Idris, you see back on this building here. You see this guy almost spider climb down the wall and drop to the ground there, and holy shit, it's a were-rat.
Holy shit is right. Look at all the experience being gathered on this side of the party.
Delbert, you see him
I
come
have like
down.
3
You saw him
combats.
come down and hit the ground last turn, and he was trying to be stealthy. It would have been real easy to miss him, but you absolutely spot him. So the two of you see him. Idris goes to engage behind. You are here, and Quickfoot will be riding with you.
Okay.
What are you doing, Delbert?
I will shout, "Gloves off, people! This just got serious." And
You, however, may cast magic when you want.
Well,
Yeah, I don't
that's
listen
true.
to Wizards Cabal people.
That's true. I am going to light up his life with a magic missile. The were-rat, the dude in the blue cloak that just came down the wall.
So he scurries down the wall, stands up, and as he's coming up, shifting, drawing his sword with his little rat face, right, getting ready to charge you, 3 magic missiles strike him. And he, ain't happy. All right. Quickfoot is hanging. Or you know what Quickfoot does? Quickfoot jumps off your shoulder and scurries into cover.
Good idea.
Bucket dimension.
All right. Attack on catapult with advantage because we got that sort of ability. Catapult gets hit for 6 points of damage from the mace, and you see sparks fly as the guy strikes. And he moves to there. Second dock worker is attacking Jenabink with advantage. Hold it, you just came in and hacked him, didn't you? Yeah, his buddy set up an advantage striking against you, so they're actually going at. He's actually swinging at Idris. And Idris's armor deflects. Idris bats it away with his shield and smiles at him. Guy with the blue cloak runs up and goes after Delbert. And
I'm going to react with shield.
Do it, cash it on yourself.
Okay.
He attempts to bite you, but the shield deflects the hit, and then he stabs at you with his short sword. And your shield effect protects you from both. His jaw comes down and bites on you, but as you cast a shield, it deforms around the bite, and he can't get through, and he tries to stab you twice in the chest, and the shield pushes it away, and you're holding the magical field up. All right. Okay. All right, Jenna Bank. You successfully resist a mind spike. You still take damage, but you don't take as much as you would have. So you take 8 points of psychic damage. All right, and it's like somebody takes an ice pick and drives it straight through your forehead and twists it. All right, incredibly painful. It just hurts, and there's no physical damage, but you feel like somebody's like grabbing a hold of your brain and trying to tear it in half.
I will grit my teeth, but I will not scream.
All right, Jenna Bink, you're up.
I'm going to attack that douche. I am going to use my inspiration because I am angry about things in my spikes in my head. There we go.
You hit.
I am an angry little gnome who doesn't do a whole lot of damage. But then my cat is also going to attack him.
All right.
And oops. I'm gonna hope that I hit. Oh, I missed. So you should take that damage off because I.
All right, no problem.
Overconfidence.
No problem. Okay, Idris, you're up.
Man, he's got a guy there. Well, I'm going to keep going to town on him upside the head again. And I'll pop him for some more. Oh, minimums. Love the minimums as I curse my shoddy handwork there. And you know what? I'm going to now stay. It's two. Yeah, he's almost there. I'm good.
Hey, Penny. Go ahead and roll, and everybody can see this one. Go ahead and roll a perception check because there's a lot of screaming. And if you hear, it's a DC 25. No, nope. Sorry.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you because there's probably a lot of commotion going on in the town right now.
Yeah, I was going to give you an off chance of hearing it because the 911 went off, but you're too far away with all the noise, and yeah, you just rolled a 1. So,
Oh,
all right, Delbert, you're up.
Man, Sackman put the beat down on your D20.
All right, I am going to do something that will summon the guard if they're nearby. I'm going to toll the dead.
Does not make a saving throw.
Oh, man, you get the D12s.
You want to describe what this looks like?
I don't think it necessarily looks like anything, but you hear the sound of like a church bell gonging.
That'll be $1.25.
All right. I do have to retcon something. Jen, when you strike him, all right, he flashes blue, and he throws this blue ball of energy at you. It's almost like it's a hellish rebuke, and you get a hellish rebuke against you when you hit the Thonian in the brown cloak. All right. So he does 15 points of damage to you as you're coated in a ball of blue flame. All right, and that was his reaction. And Delbert done dock worker. This dock worker is going to attack Idris, and his buddy's with him, so he's attacking with advantage. So he will crit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not a lot of damage though. 5 points. All right. Next dock worker, also with advantage.
I was trying to see if I want to break the law here.
And hits.
Catapult's gonna disadvantage that one.
Okay. On which one? The last attack?
Well, I wasn't quick enough to get it out for the crit, so yes, the last attack.
It's a point either way, so it's fine.
Yeah.
All right, I'll roll again then. See where it lands. Okay, he would have missed on the second attack, so I'm going to give Idris back 6 points of damage.
Actually, it would have had to have been Stockworker 16. That's the only one that is within range of catapult.
Right. He still would have hit. He rolled 2 really well, so then it's going to be, I rolled 5. It was only additional 2 because I rolled a 1 and a 2. I took care of it. I rolled some damage off. I'm not going to get too far into it. I'm letting you retcon. All right. Dude in a blue cloak is seriously trying to chew on our hero, Delbert.
Good thing you got that advantage on saves, yo.
He does not bite.
I will use my reaction.
All right. He has missed you twice at this point.
Okay.
Oh, hold it. Yeah. Well, hang on. You would have had to use your reaction because the shield spell hadn't fallen off, and both of those would have hit you without the shield. So you cast shield again when he's on you?
Yes.
All right, so you stop both attacks, and both of them would have hit you. All right, that spell's gone, that spell's gone. That's a little chewed up.
If I didn't know any better, I would swear you're trying to get me to kill you.
You could always claim he was a sorcerer after the fact.
All
Sprinkle
right.
a little bit of drugs on him.
Jen, where Catapult tore him up, you see him start to knit. The wound starts to knit along the length of his leg. All right, and it's obvious to you that the thrall is healing. All right, and it's a thrall of together, and he stretches them, and these blue tentacles start to wrap out around him, and both you, Catapult is restrained, and you are not restrained, but Catapult is now restrained.
So at this point, we've definitely seen his eyes flash blue a couple times.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
You guys hear yelling from down the street. Cease in the name of the law! Alright.
I am the law.
Jenabink, you're up.
I am going to pull out the super glue gun of healing, and I'm Why?
Gotta roll with feeling.
It hurts so bad I can't even get the glue gun to stay still. And then Catapult is going to try to attack the thrall again.
Alright. Idris.
All right. F it. I'll just say Delbert told me to. Worked for the Nazis, didn't it? Oh, man, I can't believe I'm getting put in this situation. All right. Boom, there goes a first level spell. Drop the Hex. Let me throw it up because I need the caster roll. All right, it's going on the guy in front of me that I've been beaten down.
Alright.
Throw it on the dock worker. Yeah, I'm going to burn an inspiration. Throw it one more time. Oh, wow. Barely. Let's take it. And Idris just gets pissed. And he comes in swinging and chucks its hex on this guy.
Oh, this guy looks effed up. If you weren't rolling ones, you would have reduced him to a fine red mist by now. Alright, he's not looking good at all.
Yep, that's it for me.
Delbert, you're up.
All right. Do I want to paste this guy?
The question is, do you want to be a were-rat?
No, that would be
The
really
thought
interesting.
has occurred to me.
This really interesting to me, having you as a were rat. I mean, I think the Cabal would respond so well to that.
A were-rat and a warlock, bro. WWC.
Quickfoot would feel a real good bond with you.
Oh yeah, they'd be. Yeah, you could blame it on your familiar. Like he bit you and he was radioactive from those crystals.
Mic on.
Yeah, I'm gonna told dead this guy one more time.
All right. He saves.
Okay.
Quickfoot's like, Jesus, boss. That dock worker, Idris, with advantage.
Make it normal.
Won't. Yeah,
Okay.
it won't. He failed anyway.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right. Second dock worker on Idris, not within range though, right?
No, he is not. Yeah.
All right. Bang, bang. Idris is dancing. I mean, they're not getting through to him.
Yo, man, when you pay the goddess of dueling, you get the benefits.
All right. You are bitten.
Now that all the guards are screaming, is there a chance for another perception or no?
Yeah, go ahead, make it. You've taken 3 points worth of bite damage. Oh my God, Penny, you hear something,
I'll begin heading that way.
and you get stabbed with a short sword for 7. So he tore you up pretty bad this round.
There was no hesitation in between that sentence, so I thought you said you hear something and then you get stabbed with a short sword for a second. And I was like, wow, that's a way to introduce me to the combat. All right.
You got a 3-round clock, though.
Hit squads. All right, here we go.
All right.
Thonian in a brown coat.
This guy
Is a jerk.
He is. What will he do? What will he do? He will...
I know what I'm asking for when I see the Fletch next time.
points his hand towards you, and a spray of poison comes out of his hand and hits you, but does not. You make your saving throw, so no damage occurs. Jennabank, you're up.
I am. Ah, crap. Yeah, I'm gonna heal myself again. I can help no one if I am dead. Yay! Look at that. That's some good. And then I will use my bonus action to have Catapult do his stuff.
Alright, I'm getting the guards on the table, folks. Give me a second.
Do I need to make a saving throw?
You may make your saving throw right now with advantage.
Tad giveth, and then he taketh away.
Wouldn't that be funny? You got a sorcerer bard for a sister, a were-rat wizard for a brother.
I know, it's getting crazy up in here.
I'd be like, yo, House Regan looking good right now. Just demonic pacts. That's where we're at.
Oh, sorry, I didn't do it at advantage, so here's another. Have another one.
That's funny. Alright, that's a number. You're good.
Okay.
Cool. All right, Idris. All right, I don't see the guards yet, so I'm going to do this while they're not here yet. I'm going to drop the Hexblade. Oh, that doesn't require a slot. I'm going to drop the Hexblade's Curse on the Dockworker number 9 in front of me. Got him. I'm going to pop him for some damage. Yes, good. He dies.
He goes down.
Yep, and I go up with some life. And now a decision has to be made.
Delbert.
The dude in the blue cloak is down. So I guess I'm gonna spin around to the dock worker and I'll step up.
I'm gonna use my reaction to stop him.
Huh?
I'm gonna use my reaction to stop Delbert.
Delbert, you can choose to move forward, even though he's putting his hand up to stop you.
All right. I'll let him. I'll.
So, did Delbert just draw his dagger and prefer to step up and stab this guy? Is that what was going to happen? And
yeah.
And Idris is like, "Look, we got guardsmen here to take
after Idris knocks the other person's like, "Cool it with the violence." The guards here, they got this.
All right, I'm going to.
And I actually tell him to back up. That's what I'm like telling him to do.
The dock worker, I'm going to call it. Dock worker really can't. Holy shit, Delbert! You were stepping up with a hit point.
Yes, come on, people.
Yeah.
I'm watching this guy bleed to death, and I'm like, no.
Respect for the Thonian. All right, I'm going to call.
There's no way for me to get back there.
And if he missed, the dock worker would have been like prison shank. That's what was going to happen.
That's right. The Thonian, I mean, I'm going to call the fight because there's 4 guards, Jenabink, and everybody's piling on that guy. He's down. You will have 2 guards and the Rat. All right, that you're going to have to stabilize. I'm going to drop some XP onto the table, and you count as defeating the Thrall of Coot, also because you got him to leave the field. All right, so you can get XP for an opponent if you can get him to leave many, many times. And
man, we just have to keep having Penny come back and leave, and we get what is he, CR3? And he defeats himself, so he gets experience. It's easy. Oh, guess what? That's 1 rat for today. We only need 23 more for the rest of us.
That's a super rat, though.
That's
so
true.
that counts.
That might get our quota.
That's pretty funny, I do have to say. You guys amuse me to no end all the time.
6 rats a day gets the level, okay?
So when Penny gets there, do any of them match the description?
All right, and Penny, I'm giving you experience points as part of this also. Everybody check your XP. I think you're very close to leveling if you haven't.
Tad, did any of them match the description of the person?
So close.
The Rat actually...
Are you kidding me? I'm so close.
How close are you guys?
37 experience.
Same.
Fine. I'm gonna give you guys an award called Rounding Up.
Yeah.
All right.
Discretionary role-playing award.
Roll.
Whoa.
All right. Look, we leveled.
Woohoo!
Yay!
All right. Actually, the Rat kind of looks like could be Agatha.
Oh.
I guess so, you bitch.
And
Agatha Christie.
one of the dock workers looks like it could be the guy too. Could be Aragon.
No one got that
Charging
reference.
battery.
Okay.
All right. Now, folks, we are an hour and 15 minutes over our normal quit. Been a really good session tonight, but I think it's time we should call it. Level for next time, and we will go from there. I would like to, thank all of you for some excellent role playing today and some really, 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 really good work. And I guess we will be doing a raid. But what I'd like, as always, real briefly, and is have each of you just talk a little bit about what you liked today and what you appreciated for your character, and we'll go from there. Idris, we'll start with you.
Idris is having fun being that de facto leader again. Making sure his people aren't prison shanking people when they only got 1 hit point, trying to watch out for their well-being, teaching the little ones about how not to cast spells if you're not in the Wizard's Cabal because they'll haul you away in chains and re-educate you. Just basic facts of life kind of thing. Watching out for people, making sure that the team comes together on that. And I think fighting these dudes is a great step in that direction.
Delbert, what was good for you today?
Almost got turned into a rare rat. I'm not entirely sure I didn't, but let's see. Delbert is braver than he has a right to be. He was not ready to back down.
Delbert,
he was getting ready to go right on in.
Delbert has big old brass ones. I agree completely. So, Penny.
I'm just imagining Delbert standing there and Idris putting his hand on his chest, and there's blood dripping off his fingers onto the ground, and he's like,
"Oh yeah, he's got a chunk torn out of his bicep, right where the rat bit him. You know what I mean? He's got a stab wound in his abdomen. He's just like, ugh! And he's a badass. So, Penny.
Well, first off, Penny will probably roll up at the end of that fight and be like, "Yeah, by the way, I think these are the guys trying to whack you guys, just so you know."
They failed.
But I think Penny got to do a lot of the dark, shady side stuff. And I know it's probably not super fun for the rest of the group when I go off on my own and that kind of thing. But
Oh man, look at all that experience we just got.
yeah, we as a collective 4.
Now, Penny, I think the secret to making that fun for people watching it, and it's the audience and also the rest of the players, is the role playing that you and I do while we're doing it. Makes it work. So I really thought it was pure. This is who Penny is, and I don't think we've seen who Penny is until now. And now we have a really good idea of how she operates in the city and why she has the reputation she does. So
yeah,
all right.
But yeah, it was fun to get into that, and that was super good.
Yeah, you're like, I'm out of the damn dungeon, now I'm home. So
yeah, and the actual dangerous place.
That's right. Jenna Bink.
Jenna Big feels like she's doing so well with this social interaction stuff. I mean, she's got the interaction with the parents down. She's got the interaction with the Galens down. She's got the talking to the first sword, which was supposed to be a big problem, but it was fine for her. So clearly, Jenna Bink is rocking being social.
Outstanding, and I think that's definitely what happened for her today. No doubt about it. Every social environment she was in, she handled well, and she may have felt awkward, but she didn't feel awkward in terms of how she was handling things. So that was excellent. Well, next week, are we playing, or do we have to take a week off next week?
I'm good for next week.
We're good for next week.
I will not be available.
You will not be available. So we may do some flashback stuff. We may do some other stuff. We're not going to have Idris with us, but we will be pulling together. I imagine we'll do some flashback role playing and have a couple-hour session where we deal with individual stuff with other characters, and we'll go from there. And then the following week, we'll be back with the main storyline. Between now and then, folks, level up, enjoy yourselves. To the people in the stream today, thank you so much for watching us. We hope you've enjoyed yourselves and we've entertained you and you had a good time. And like I always say, Uther once and always, and we should all be playing more games and having a good time together. And Jimmy, who are we going to raid today?
We're going to raid Arvin Ellerin, who is playing D&D right now.
Outstanding!
So, say hi, everybody, and we'll see you next time.
Be good!
I'm assuming we'll do the level like right before the session next week.
Almost done. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I just got to get all these spells in here, and I'm rolling.
Oh yeah, 4 is a big deal.